Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. The morning sun streamed through the living room window, casting gentle patterns on the hardwood floor. A faint scent of freshly brewed coffee lingered, mingling with the earthy aroma of potted plants lined against the wall. The air seemed unusually still, carrying a subtle, unsettling chill. In the quiet, the subtle hum of the refrigerator became apparent, a lone sound in the silence. Everything appeared untouched, yet on the mantel, a single photograph lay face down, its absence from the lineup of neatly arranged frames striking an uncanny note. I reach for it without thinking. The silver frame feels cold against my fingertips, heavier than I remember. When I turn it over, her face stares back at me, that half smile, the one that never quite reached her eyes. The same expression that haunted the missing person reports, the same image the detective showed me across a scarred wooden table. But that was before or after. Time moves differently now, folding in on itself like origami made of memory. The coffee grows cold in my cup as I study the photograph. She wore a blue sweater in this picture, the color of deep water. I remember mentioning that to someone once, the detective maybe, or was it her sister? The sister who called me 3 times a week for months, her voice growing thinner with each conversation. She wouldn't just leave, the sister had said, not without telling someone, not without telling you. But people leave all the time. They slip away between heartbeats, between the last conversation and the first unanswered call. I know this now. I've learned it the way you learn the taste of copper pennies or the sound your shoes make on wet pavement, through repetition, through the slow accumulation of understanding. The photograph trembles in my hands. When did I start shaking? I was standing in this same spot when they first came to ask questions. 2 officers, one older with graying temples, one younger who kept clicking his pen. The sound echoed off the walls like a metronome counting down to something inevitable. "When did you last see her?" the older one asked. The question should have been simple: Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning, Thursday afternoon. But memory is a liar, and I found myself swimming through conversations that might have happened, dinners that could have been dreams, phone calls that existed only in the space between sleeping and waking. "We had coffee," I said finally. "Here in the kitchen." She sat by the window watching the birds at the feeder. The younger officer wrote this down, his pen scratching against paper like claws on glass. But even as I spoke, doubt crept in. Was it coffee? Was it here? Did she watch the birds, or did I watch her watching them, memorizing the way sunlight caught in her hair? The frame slips from my fingers, clattering against the mantel. The sound is too loud in the morning quiet, sharp and final. When I pick it up again, I notice something I missed before: a small crack running through the glass, bisecting her face like a scar. The crack wasn't there yesterday, or was it? Memory shifts, rearranges itself. Maybe the crack was always there, and I simply chose not to see it. I think about the last time I saw her. Really saw her, not the ghostly impressions that float through my dreams or the fleeting shadows I catch in peripheral vision. She was standing by the door, keys in her hand, saying something about errands, groceries maybe, or the post office. Ordinary things that ordinary people do on ordinary days. "I'll be back in an hour," she said, "or I'll call you later, or don't wait up." The words change each time I remember them, like a song played in different keys. but her expression remains constant, that distracted look, as if she was already somewhere else, already gone. The detective came back twice after that first visit. Each time he asked the same questions, and each time my answers shifted slightly, like sand rearranging itself after waves. He noticed this, I think, made notes about it in his little book. Memory can be unreliable, he said during our third conversation, especially when we're under stress. Stress, such a small word for the way uncertainty eats at you from the inside, the way questions multiply in the dark hours before dawn. I started sleeping less, eating mechanically, moving through routines that felt borrowed from someone else's life. The plants by the window need water. They've needed water for days, maybe weeks. Their leaves droop with neglect, brown edges creeping inward like old paper burning. She would have noticed. She always noticed things like that, the small details that hold a life together. I fill a glass with water from the kitchen sink. The pipes groan, protesting the sudden demand. Everything in this house seems to be waiting, holding its breath. The refrigerator hums its lonely song. The clock on the wall ticks with mechanical persistence. But underneath it all is silence, the kind that grows heavier with each passing hour. Her sister stopped calling eventually. I don't blame her. What was there to say? The investigation stalled, then quietly disappeared into filing cabinets and computer databases. Missing persons become statistics, and statistics become abstractions, and abstractions fade until they're nothing more than footnotes in someone else's story. But I remember, or I think I do. The water overflows the glass, spilling across the counter. I watch it pool and drip to the floor, each drop marking time like a liquid metronome. When did I stop paying attention? When did the simple act of filling a glass become so complicated? I mop up the water with a dish towel, the fabric growing heavy with moisture. The mundane task feels significant somehow, weighted with meaning I can't quite grasp. Everything feels that way now, ordinary moments pregnant with possibility, with hidden significance. The photograph stares at me from the mantel. That half smile, that distant look. Did she know something I didn't? Was she planning something I couldn't see? The detective asked me about her mood in those final days. Happy, sad, anxious. I fumbled for words, trying to capture something as ephemeral as morning mist. She seemed fine, I said. Normal. But what is normal when you're looking backward, when every gesture might be a clue, and every conversation might hold the key to everything? She had been quieter than usual, or maybe she hadn't. Maybe I only remember it that way because quiet fits the narrative, because silence makes sense when someone is about to disappear. Memory is a collaborator, eager to please, willing to reshape itself to match our expectations. I water the plants with mechanical precision, moving from pot to pot. The soil drinks greedily, dark earth turning darker. Some of the plants are beyond saving, their leaves yellow and brittle, their stems bent with neglect, but others show signs of resilience, green shoots pushing through despite abandonment. The morning light shifts, casting new shadows across the floor. Time moves forward even when everything else feels suspended, caught in amber. I've learned to measure days not by clocks, but by the changing quality of light, the subtle migrations of shadow and illumination. Her toothbrush still sits in the bathroom holder. I discovered this weeks after she disappeared, tucked behind mine like a secret. The detective was gone by then, the investigation officially suspended, but the toothbrush remained, a small testimony to interrupted routine. I should have thrown it away, should have packed up her things, donated her clothes, erased the physical evidence of her presence. But I couldn't. Each item felt like a breadcrumb on the trail back to understanding, back to the moment when everything changed. The phone rang constantly in those first weeks, friends asking for updates, neighbors offering sympathy, her coworkers wondering when she'd return. I became a clearinghouse for concern, a repository for other people's worry. But their calls grew less frequent as days stretched into weeks, weeks into months. Life moves forward, leaving the missing behind. I returned to the living room, to the photograph with its hairline crack. The sun has shifted, and the gentle patterns on the floor have rearranged themselves into new configurations. Nothing stays the same, not even light. The detective's card is still in my wallet, creased from handling. I've pulled it out dozens of times, my finger hovering over the phone, but I never call. What would I say? That I found a photograph face down, that I noticed a crack in glass, that memory feels less reliable with each passing day. Evidence needs to be concrete, measurable, but all I have are impressions, sensations, the growing certainty that something important hovers just beyond my grasp. She left no note, no explanation, no trail of digital breadcrumbs leading toward resolution. Her bank account remained untouched. Her car sat in the driveway until someone, her sister, maybe came to collect it. She simply stepped out of existence as if she'd never been here at all. But people don't just vanish. They leave traces, disturbances in the fabric of daily life, missed appointments, unreturned calls, worried friends. The absence of presence is itself a kind of presence, a negative space that defines what's missing. I set the photograph back on the mantel, adjusting it until it aligns with the others. The crack catches the light, creating a thin line of refraction across her face. For a moment it looks like she's crying, then the light shifts and the illusion disappears. The house settles around me, wood expanding and contracting with temperature changes. These sounds used to be comforting evidence of home, of shelter, of belonging. Now they feel like whispers, conversations in a language I can't understand. I make another cup of coffee, though the first one sits untouched on the counter. The ritual matters more than the result. The grinding of beans, the hiss of brewing, the familiar aroma rising like incense. These small ceremonies anchor me to the present, keep me from drifting too far into the labyrinth of memory. The detective showed me photographs during one of our meetings, not of her, but of places she might have gone. Bus stations, airport terminals, highway rest stops, anonymous spaces where people transition from one life to another. I studied each image, searching for some spark of recognition, some intuitive connection. Nothing, the places remained stubbornly unfamiliar, as foreign as landscapes from another planet. Sometimes people need to start over, he said gently. Sometimes the pressure of daily life becomes too much, and disappearing seems like the only solution. But she wasn't under pressure, was she? Our life together was quiet, routine, comfortable. We talked about ordinary things, grocery lists and weekend plans and what to watch on television. If she was struggling, wouldn't I have noticed? Wouldn't there have been signs? The coffee tastes bitter today. Or maybe it always tastes bitter and I've only now noticed. Taste, like memory, can be unreliable. It changes based on mood, circumstance, the weight of accumulated experience. I think about the morning she disappeared, the morning I've reconstructed and deconstructed 100 times, searching for clues I might have missed. She made breakfast, eggs and toast, I think, or maybe it was cereal. The details blur together, contaminated by repetition and doubt. We talked about the weather, or the news, or nothing at all. Comfortable silence was common between us, the kind that develops over time like a shared language. But was it comfortable that morning, or was it something else? Was there tension I failed to recognize, sadness I was too distracted to see? The questions multiply like cells dividing, each one spawning others. Why didn't she take her purse? Why leave her phone behind? Why choose that particular morning, that specific moment, to step out of our shared life? Unless she didn't choose, unless something chose for her. But I can't think about that. The detective was clear about the lack of evidence, the absence of any signs of struggle. Her disappearance was clean, surgical in its precision. One moment she was here, and the next she wasn't. The photograph seems to watch me from the mantel. That half smile, that distant expression. Did she know something I didn't? Was she already planning her exit, already rehearsing her goodbye? I remember finding a book on her nightstand after she disappeared. Something about travel, about places where people go to reinvent themselves. The pages were dog-eared, passages highlighted in yellow ink. But when I tried to show it to the detective, I couldn't find it. The book had vanished as completely as she had. Did I imagine it? Did my mind create evidence to fill the void left by her absence? The boundary between memory and invention grows thinner each day, like ice melting under spring sun. The afternoon light slants through the windows, painting the walls in shades of gold and amber. Time passes whether I acknowledge it or not. The world continues its rotation, indifferent to my confusion, my need for answers. Her sister called once, months later. Her voice was different, harder, more distant. She'd hired a private investigator, she said, someone who specialized in missing persons, but nothing came of it. The investigator found the same empty spaces the police had found, the same absence of evidence that leads anywhere meaningful. Maybe it's time to accept that she's gone, her sister said. Maybe it's time to move on. Move on, as if grief and confusion were destinations you could simply leave behind, as if understanding were optional rather than essential. But how do you move on from a question that has no answer? How do you build a future on a foundation of uncertainty? The plants by the window look better now, their leaves lifting toward the light, small victories in the face of larger mysteries. Life persists even when meaning remains elusive. I pick up the photograph again, studying her face for clues I might have missed. The crack in the glass creates a thin line through her left eye, a flaw that somehow makes her seem more real, more present. Perfection is suspicious. Flaws feel honest. But what truth is this flaw trying to tell me? The phone rings, cutting through the afternoon quiet. I let it ring 4 times before answering, my voice rusty from disuse. Hello. Silence, then a click as someone hangs up. Wrong numbers happen, telemarketers give up. But for a moment in that silence, I thought I heard something familiar. The sound of breathing, maybe, or the whisper of wind through an open window. I'm imagining things, I know this. The mind creates patterns where none exist, finds significance in coincidence. But knowledge doesn't make the sensation any less real, any less unsettling. The photograph goes back to the mantel. I adjust it one more time, making sure it aligns with the others. The crack catches the light again, and for just a moment she seems to be looking directly at me. Not through the camera, not at some point beyond the frame, but at me here now, in this moment of suspended understanding. Then the light shifts and the illusion fades. Evening approaches with its familiar rituals, lights turned on against the gathering darkness, curtains drawn against the night, the house sealed against whatever waits outside. But some things can't be kept out. Some questions follow you into sleep, into dreams, into the space between one day and the next. They become part of you, woven into the fabric of daily existence until you can't remember what life was like before they arrived. The detective's card is still in my wallet. His phone number still works, I assume. But what would I tell him? That a photograph was face down on the mantel. That memory feels less reliable each day. That absence has become a presence, and presence has become a question. He would listen politely, he might even take notes. But we both know that some mysteries resist solution, some disappearances remain permanent. The file will stay closed, gathering dust in some forgotten cabinet. But I will remember, or try to, even as the details fade and contradict themselves, even as certainty becomes impossible and truth becomes negotiable, I will carry this question forward. Not because I expect an answer, but because the question itself has become part of who I am. The morning sun will stream through the window again tomorrow, casting new patterns on the hardwood floor. The coffee will brew. The plants will reach toward the light, and the photograph will sit on the mantel, its cracked glass holding her image like a secret only partially told. In that half-smile, that distant expression, lies everything I need to know and nothing I can understand. She is gone and present, absent and immediate, a mystery that deepens rather than resolves with time. Perhaps that's enough. Perhaps the question is more important than the answer, the search more valuable than the destination. Perhaps some truths are meant to remain elusive, like shadows that disappear when you look directly at them. The night settles around the house like a blanket, soft and encompassing. In the darkness, memory and imagination merge until they're indistinguishable. What happened and what might have happened occupy the same space, the same moment of possibility. Tomorrow I will water the plants again. I will make coffee and let it grow cold. I will pick up the photograph and study her face for clues that may or may not exist. These rituals have become sacred, small ceremonies in service of remembering. And maybe in the accumulation of these moments, in the patient tending of questions that have no answers, something approaching understanding will emerge. Not the sharp clarity of fact, but the softer illumination of acceptance. She is gone, she was here. Between those two certainties lies everything that matters and nothing that can be proven. In that space, I continue to wait, to wonder, to remember what I can and imagine what I must. The photograph watches from the mantel, its cracked glass catching fragments of light from the street lamp outside. In those fragments, her half-smile seems to shift and change, sometimes sad, sometimes knowing, sometimes simply absent. But always watching, always there in the space between memory and forgetting, between presence and absence, between the last moment of certainty and the first breath of doubt. Story 2. From my seat in the corner, I had been fixated on the living room curtains for what felt like an eternity. They hung motionless, yet the air seemed charged with anticipation. The grandfather clock in the hallway should have chimed, but its silence gnawed at the fragile stillness, as if time itself held its breath. Shadows pooled on the edge of the carpet, refusing to stretch across the room like they should have. The air felt thick and unyielding, as if holding onto secrets. Then, almost imperceptibly, a section of the drapes shifted without reason, as if brushed by an unseen hand. The fabric reminded me of something, green velvet worn thin at the edges, like the curtains in her apartment. I press my fingertips against my temples, trying to summon clarity from the fog of memory. The case file sits closed on the table beside me, its manila surface stained with coffee rings and the weight of unanswered questions. I haven't opened it in weeks, yet I know every photograph, every statement, every contradiction by heart. She had been missing for 37 days when they found the apartment empty, not abandoned, empty, as if she had simply dissolved into the stale air, leaving behind only the faint impression of lavender soap and something else, something I could never quite identify. The detective assigned to the case, a thin woman with prematurely gray hair, had called it a voluntary disappearance. People leave all the time, she said. They start new lives. They walk away from everything and everyone without looking back. Her voice carried the weariness of someone who had seen too many empty rooms, too many lives that simply stopped existing in one place and began existing nowhere at all. But I knew her, or thought I did. The memory fractures here, splitting into fragments that don't quite align. I remember visiting her apartment that first time, maybe a week before she vanished. The curtains were drawn tight against the afternoon sun, creating a perpetual twilight that made everything seem suspended in amber. She moved through the space like a ghost, haunting her own life, touching objects without purpose, speaking in half-sentences that trailed into silence. "I keep hearing things," she had said, or maybe I imagined she said. Memory has a way of filling in the gaps with what should have been there instead of what was. The apartment smelled wrong, not unclean, but somehow displaced, as if the air itself had been borrowed from somewhere else. I found myself breathing shallowly, reluctant to take too much of it into my lungs. From the police report, transcribed weeks later. Subject's neighbor reported unusual sounds coming from apartment 4B between the hours of midnight and 3 a.m. on multiple occasions. Described the sounds as dragging or scraping. When questioned further, neighbor admitted to possible auditory hallucinations due to new medication. But I had heard them too, standing in her hallway, listening to something being moved across the floor above us, back and forth, with mechanical precision. When I asked her about it, she looked at me with eyes that seemed to focus on something just behind my left shoulder. "The woman upstairs works nights," she said. "She rearranges furniture when she can't sleep." There was no woman upstairs. The building records showed apartment 5B had been vacant for 8 months. I find myself standing now, drawn to the window of my own living room. The street below appears normal, cars parked at odd angles, a dog walker pausing at the corner, children's bicycles abandoned on sidewalks, yet something feels calibrated, arranged, as if I'm looking at a photograph of a neighborhood rather than the neighborhood itself. This is what the case did to me. It taught me to question the reliability of my own perceptions, to see stagecraft in spontaneity, to hear echoes in silence. The last conversation I had with her plays on repeat, though I can never remember how it ended. We were sitting in a coffee shop downtown, or maybe it was a diner. The details shift depending on when I try to recall them. She was wearing a blue coat, or possibly gray, her hands wrapped around a mug that might have been empty. "I think someone's been in my apartment," she said. "Did you call the police?" "Nothing's missing, nothing's broken, but things are different, moved just slightly, like someone wanted me to know they'd been there without leaving proof." I asked her about changing the locks, about staying with friends, about installing a security camera. She nodded at each suggestion with the distant politeness of someone listening to advice for a problem they knew couldn't be solved. "You don't understand," she said, and her voice carried a finality that made me stop asking questions. "It's not about keeping someone out, it's about accepting that they're already in." The police found no signs of forced entry, no fingerprints that didn't belong, no evidence of surveillance or stalking. The landlord confirmed that only 2 keys existed, one in her possession, one in the building's master lockbox. Both were accounted for. Yet her neighbor's statement haunted me. She started leaving lights on all night about 2 weeks before she disappeared. Every light in the apartment, even the closets, said she needed to see into all the corners at once. I remember the electric bill they found among her papers, 3 times higher than normal for the previous month, as if she had been trying to burn away shadows with sheer wattage. The apartment itself defied explanation. Personal belongings remained untouched, jewelry in its box, cash in her wallet, medications in the bathroom cabinet. But the space felt evacuated, as if her presence had been methodically extracted while leaving all physical evidence intact. I spent hours in that apartment after she was gone, with permission from the landlord, who seemed eager for someone to take responsibility for the mystery. I sat in her chair, slept in her bed, tried to inhabit the routine of her final days. The refrigerator hummed with mechanical persistence. The faucet in the bathroom dripped at intervals so regular they seemed intentional. But it was the silence that unsettled me most. Not the absence of sound, but the presence of a silence so complete it felt manufactured. As if someone had carefully removed every natural noise, the settling of wood, the whisper of air through vents, the distant murmur of traffic, and replaced them with nothing at all. On the 3rd night, I woke to the sound of footsteps in the apartment above. Slow, measured, deliberate, I lay still, counting the steps, trying to map their path across the ceiling. 23 steps from what would have been the living room to the kitchen. A pause, then 23 steps back. In the morning, I climbed to the 5th floor and knocked on the door of B. No answer. I pressed my ear to the wood and heard nothing. The landlord's key turned easily in the lock. The apartment was empty, not just of furniture or belongings, but of any sign that it had ever been occupied. No dust patterns to suggest where furniture had stood. No nail holes in the walls, no wear marks on the hardwood floors. Even the light fixtures looked newly installed. Been vacant since last spring, the landlord confirmed when I asked. Previous tenant moved out clean, haven't had any interest since. But the floors showed fresh scuff marks, long parallel lines as if something heavy had been dragged back and forth across the room. When I mentioned this, the landlord's expression shifted in a way I couldn't interpret. Building settles, he said, makes all kinds of noises. I found myself returning to her apartment night after night, drawn by questions that multiplied faster than answers. I began to notice details that hadn't registered before. The way the bathroom mirror reflected light at an angle that seemed impossible given the position of the fixtures. How the kitchen clock ran exactly 4 minutes slow, no matter how often I corrected it. The persistent smell of lavender that grew stronger near the bedroom closet. Inside the closet, I discovered something the police had missed, or maybe it hadn't been there during their search. A small hole in the back wall, barely visible behind the hanging clothes. It was perfectly round, about the size of a quarter, and when I pressed my eye to it, I could see into the adjacent apartment. The view showed a living room identical to the one I stood in, furnished with the same pieces in the same positions. But the lighting was dimmer, as if filtered through gauze, and there was someone sitting in the corner chair, motionless, facing away from me. I knocked on the door of that adjacent apartment. No answer. According to the mailboxes, it was occupied by someone whose name I recognized but couldn't place. The letters piled up behind the slot, suggesting an absence that might have been temporary or permanent. When I returned to look through the hole again, the chair was empty. The case file contains a photograph of her bedroom taken by the police photographer. In it, the bed is neatly made, the dresser clear of clutter, everything arranged with the precision of a hotel room. But I remember the room differently, clothes draped over the chair, books stacked on the nightstand, the casual disorder of a life being lived. I've stared at that photograph for hours, trying to reconcile my memory with the documented evidence. Either my recollection is faulty, or the room was carefully arranged between my last visit and the police investigation. But why would someone stage a scene to look more normal rather than less? The detective's final report concluded that she had left voluntarily, possibly to escape debts or personal problems that hadn't come to light during the investigation. The case was closed without ceremony, filed away among thousands of similar mysteries that the system lacked the resources to pursue. But I kept pursuing it. Not officially, I had no authority, no credentials, no legitimate reason to continue asking questions. I simply couldn't accept that someone could vanish so completely while leaving behind such a perfectly preserved absence. I interviewed her coworkers, her neighbors, anyone who might have noticed something unusual in the weeks before she disappeared. Their responses followed a pattern that disturbed me more than any single revelation could have. Everyone remembered her differently. To some, she was quiet and withdrawn. To others, friendly and outgoing. Some recalled her as meticulous about her appearance. Others described her as carelessly dressed. It was as if she had been different people to different observers, or as if their memories of her had been subtly altered after her disappearance. The most unsettling interview was with her supervisor at work. He insisted that she had given 2 weeks' notice before leaving, had cleaned out her desk, had said goodbye to everyone on her last day. But her coworkers remembered her simply not showing up one morning, leaving projects unfinished and appointments unattended. When I asked to see the resignation letter, the supervisor's expression went blank for a moment, as if he were trying to remember something that should have been obvious. "I'm sure it's in her file," he said, but when he checked, there was no letter, no record of notice given or received, just a notation that she had stopped coming to work and had been terminated for job abandonment. "I could have sworn," he murmured, staring at the empty file folder. "I have such a clear memory of her saying goodbye." I began to suspect that her disappearance was not an event but a process, something that had been happening gradually, systematically, erasing her presence from the world one connection at a time. But that suggested a level of coordination and purpose that seemed impossible to achieve or maintain. Unless she had been doing it herself. The thought occurred to me late one night as I sat in her apartment, listening to the building's nocturnal sounds. What if her disappearance was not an escape from something, but a careful dismantling of her own existence? What if she had been methodically severing every tie, erasing every trace, preparing for a vanishing so complete that even she would cease to exist? But that didn't explain the apartment above, or the hole in the closet wall, or the sounds that multiple people had heard, but that had no apparent source. I found myself spending more time in that apartment than in my own. It became a kind of laboratory where I could test theories and examine evidence without interference. I mapped the sounds I heard at night, documented the small changes I noticed from day to day, photographed anomalies that never appeared quite the same way twice. The hole in the closet wall seemed to be the key to something, though I couldn't determine what. I began spending hours looking through it, watching the empty apartment beyond. Sometimes the furniture would be arranged differently. Sometimes there would be signs of recent occupation, a book left open on the coffee table, a coffee cup still steaming on the kitchen counter. But I never saw anyone enter or leave. One night I saw myself. Not a reflection, the angle was wrong for that, but a figure sitting in the chair where I usually sat, wearing clothes identical to mine, holding the same case file I held. When I moved, the figure moved in perfect synchronization. When I stood up to get a better look, the figure stood as well. I ran to the adjacent apartment and pounded on the door, but there was no answer. The hallway was empty, silent, unchanged. When I returned to look through the hole again, the other apartment was dark. I stopped going to her apartment after that, stopped investigating, stopped asking questions, stopped trying to solve a mystery that seemed to be solving me instead. But the case followed me home, infiltrated my dreams, colored every shadow and silence with significance. Now, months later, I find myself staring at curtains that move without cause, listening to clocks that refuse to chime, watching shadows that pool in defiance of light sources. The case is closed, but its effects linger, teaching me to distrust the reliability of the world itself. I think about her often, though I can no longer remember her face clearly. She exists in my memory as a collection of impressions, the smell of lavender, the sound of footsteps overhead, the sight of lights burning in empty windows. Perhaps that's all she ever was. Perhaps that's all any of us are in the end. The case file remains on my table, unopened but not forgotten. Sometimes I catch myself reaching for it, then stopping, afraid of what I might find inside, or afraid that I might find nothing at all, just blank pages and empty folders, evidence of an investigation into someone who never existed. The curtains shift again, and I find myself wondering if someone is watching me the way I once watched empty apartments. If my own existence is being catalogued, documented, slowly erased by an observer I cannot see. The thought should disturb me more than it does. Instead, it feels almost like relief, to be the subject rather than the investigator, to become the mystery instead of trying to solve it. Outside, the street continues its performance of normalcy, but I no longer trust the authenticity of the scene. Everything could be stagecraft, everyone could be actors, every sound could be carefully orchestrated to maintain the illusion of a world that makes sense. I close my eyes and listen to the silence, wondering if it's the same manufactured quiet that filled her apartment. Wondering if I'm disappearing too, one perception at a time, until all that remains is the faint impression of someone who once sat in this corner, staring at curtains that moved without reason. The case taught me that some mysteries are not meant to be solved, but to be experienced, internalized, allowed to change us in ways we cannot fully understand. She may have vanished, but her absence continues to exist, continues to influence, continues to ask questions that have no answers. And perhaps that was the point all along. Story 3. The front door didn't resist my touch. Fingers brushed over the wood, anticipating the familiar rasp of aged hinges, but it swung wide in silence. My footsteps, usually echoed in the quiet hall, disappeared into the carpet's embrace, leaving no trace of passage. Shadows held their breath, no longer stretching grotesquely across walls as they once did by lamplight. The air pressed down, heavy and inert, restraining even the smallest of whispers. In the hallway, a mirror on the wall reflected back a depth that seemed to swallow my outline, as if the glass concealed more than it revealed. The nausea returns like clockwork, not the sharp, cutting kind that announces itself with authority, but the slow, creeping variety that settles in the pit of my stomach and spreads outward like ink through water. I've grown accustomed to its rhythm, the way it ebbs and flows with my breathing, intensifying when I let my mind wander to places it shouldn't go. My hands shake as I write this, not from fear exactly, but from something deeper. Something that lives in the space between memory and forgetting, between what happened and what I've convinced myself happened. The tremor starts in my fingertips and travels up my arms, a seismic reminder that my body remembers even when my mind refuses to cooperate. There was a woman in a blue dress, or was it green? The color shifts in my memory like oil on water, never quite settling into certainty. She stood by the window, her silhouette backlit by light that seemed too bright for the room. Her hair caught the illumination in a way that made it appear almost translucent, as if she were fading even as I watched her. The carpet beneath my feet was different then, thicker, more luxurious, the kind that muffled not just footsteps but entire conversations. I remember thinking how easy it would be to disappear into its fibers, to become part of the pattern that swirled in endless spirals toward some invisible center. She turned to face me and her expression was unreadable. Not blank exactly, but carefully neutral, as if she'd practiced that particular arrangement of features until it became second nature. Her lips moved, forming words I couldn't hear over the rushing sound in my ears. The sound was like water, but not quite water, more like the memory of water, the ghost of waves breaking against a shore that existed only in my mind. The room was smaller than it should have been. I noticed this detail with the peculiar clarity that accompanies moments of extreme stress, when the mind latches onto irrelevant specifics to avoid confronting larger truths. The walls seemed to press inward, creating a sense of compression that made my chest tight and my breathing shallow. I keep returning to her hands. They were pale, almost translucent, with veins that traced delicate patterns beneath the skin. She wore no rings, no jewelry of any kind, as if she deliberately stripped herself of anything that might serve as identification. Her nails were short and clean, practical rather than decorative. The silence in that room was absolute. Not the comfortable quiet of an empty space, but the oppressive hush that follows a sudden cessation of sound, as if the world had paused mid-breath, waiting for some signal to resume its normal operations. I found myself holding my own breath, afraid that any sound I made would shatter something fragile and irreplaceable. But there was sound, wasn't there? A soft tapping, rhythmic and insistent, like fingers drumming against glass, or maybe it was rain against the window. The memory shifts and blurs, refusing to hold still long enough for proper examination. Sometimes I hear it in my sleep, that gentle percussion that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The woman's dress rustled when she moved. Such a small detail, but it anchors itself in my consciousness with surprising tenacity. The fabric was silk, or something that approximated silk, and it whispered against itself with each subtle shift of her body. She moved with deliberate care, as if the floor beneath her feet might give way at any moment. I was supposed to say something. The knowledge sits in my chest like a stone, heavy and indigestible. There were words that needed to be spoken, a conversation that demanded completion, but every time I opened my mouth, the syllables dissolved before they could take shape. My tongue felt thick and useless, a foreign object that no longer responded to my commands. The light in the room changed without warning. One moment it was the harsh, artificial brightness that had silhouetted her figure, and the next it was softer, more diffuse, as if filtered through layers of gauze. The transition was so gradual that I didn't notice it happening until it was complete, leaving me disoriented and slightly dizzy. She was holding something in her left hand, a small object, dark and irregularly shaped, that she turned over and over with her fingers. I couldn't see it clearly from where I stood, but its presence dominated my attention in a way that seemed disproportionate to its size. Whatever it was, it held significance that I couldn't grasp, meaning that danced just beyond the reach of my understanding. The walls were painted a color that defied description. Not quite beige, not quite gray, but something in between that seemed to shift depending on the angle of observation. It was the kind of color chosen to be inoffensive, to fade into the background and draw no attention to itself. Yet I found myself studying it obsessively, as if its bland neutrality contained some hidden message. My feet were rooted to the floor, not by fear, though fear was certainly present, but by a peculiar paralysis that seemed to originate in my bones. Each time I tried to move, my muscles refused to cooperate, leaving me stranded in the center of the room like a statue that had forgotten how to be human. The woman's breathing was barely audible, a soft susurration that seemed to synchronize with my own. In and out, creating a rhythm that was both comforting and deeply unsettling. I found myself matching her pace unconsciously, as if we were connected by some invisible thread that regulated our most basic functions. There was a photograph on the mantelpiece. I noticed it peripherally, a splash of color in my vision that registered without fully penetrating my consciousness. When I tried to focus on it directly, the details blurred and shifted, refusing to resolve into recognizable shapes. It might have been a landscape or perhaps a portrait. The uncertainty gnawed at me with surprising intensity. The object in her hand caught the light for just a moment, revealing a surface that was smooth and dark, metal perhaps, or polished stone. She held it with reverence, as if it were something precious and fragile, something that might crumble to dust if handled too roughly. Her fingers traced its contours with practiced familiarity. Time moved strangely in that room. Minutes stretched into hours, or perhaps hours compressed into seconds. My internal chronometer had malfunctioned, leaving me adrift in a temporal void where cause and effect operated according to alien logic. I might have stood there for moments or eternities. There was no way to tell. The carpet's pattern began to writhe and shift beneath my gaze. What had initially appeared to be simple geometric designs now revealed themselves as something more complex and disturbing. Faces seemed to emerge from the weave, expressions of anguish or ecstasy that vanished the moment I tried to examine them directly. The effect was hypnotic and nauseating in equal measure. She spoke finally, and her voice was exactly what I had expected and nothing like what I had prepared for. The words themselves were mundane, unremarkable, the kind of casual observation that might pass between strangers in an elevator. But the tone carried weight that the content couldn't support, layers of meaning that transformed banality into something approaching prophecy. The room tilted slightly, or perhaps I did. The sensation was subtle but unmistakable, as if the fundamental architecture of reality had shifted by a few degrees. Vertical lines no longer seemed quite vertical, horizontal surfaces betrayed a barely perceptible slant. I reached out to steady myself against the wall and found it warm to the touch, almost feverish. Her shadow fell across the floor in a pattern that didn't match her position relative to the light source. It stretched and contracted according to its own mysterious logic, sometimes preceding her movements, sometimes lagging behind them. I watched it with growing fascination, trying to decode the rules that governed its behavior. The nausea intensifies as I write these words, as if the act of remembering makes the experience more real, more present. My stomach clenches and releases in waves that correspond to no physical stimulus I can identify. The sensation is purely psychosomatic, a rebellion of the body against memories the mind insists on preserving. There was music playing so faintly that I wasn't sure whether I was hearing it or imagining it. A melody that seemed familiar but refused to resolve into recognition, notes that hovered just at the edge of perception. It might have been coming from another room or another world entirely. The uncertainty was maddening. The woman's eyes were the wrong color. I can't explain how I knew this, since I had no prior knowledge of what color they should have been, but the wrongness was undeniable. They were too light, or too dark, or too something. When she looked directly at me, I felt exposed in ways that had nothing to do with physical nakedness. The air in the room grew thick and syrupy, resistant to breathing. Each inhalation required conscious effort, as if the atmosphere itself had become hostile to human respiration. I found myself taking shallow, careful breaths, rationing the available oxygen like a deep-sea diver managing a limited supply. She set the object down on a small table that I hadn't noticed before. The surface was polished wood, dark and gleaming, and the object made no sound as it contacted the surface. The silence of that contact was somehow more disturbing than any noise would have been. Things should make sound when they touch other things. The absence of that fundamental truth suggested a reality operating under different rules. The photograph on the mantelpiece had changed, or perhaps my perception of it had changed. What had been indistinct before now showed clear details that made my chest tighten with recognition and revulsion. I turned away quickly, but the image lingered in my peripheral vision like a retinal burn. My hands were not my own. They moved independently of my conscious will, reaching toward things I didn't want to touch, making gestures I didn't intend to make. I watched them with detached fascination, as if they belonged to someone else entirely. The disconnect between intention and action was profound and terrifying. The woman began to fade, not all at once but gradually, like a photograph left too long in sunlight. Her edges became indistinct, her features soft and blurred. I reached toward her instinctively, but my hand passed through empty air that still held the faint warmth of her presence. The room was empty now, had always been empty, would always be empty. The certainty of this hit me with physical force, doubling me over with its implications. Everything I had witnessed, every detail I had catalogued, existed only in the space between my ears. Yet the nausea remained as real and persistent as gravity. I am still in that room, will always be in that room. The front door that opened so silently has sealed itself behind me, trapping me in a loop of memory and forgetting that has no beginning and no end. The mirror in the hallway reflects nothing now, its surface black and still as deep water. The object she left behind sits on the table, waiting. I know what it is now, have always known what it is, will never know what it is. The contradiction doesn't trouble me anymore. Logic is a luxury I can no longer afford. The truth is simpler and more complex than logic allows. My reflection in the window shows someone I don't recognize, wearing clothes I don't remember putting on. The face looking back at me is familiar and strange, marked by experiences I can't quite recall but can never forget. Behind my reflection, the room extends into darkness that seems to have no end. The nausea is my companion now, my constant reminder that some things are too large for memory to contain. It ebbs and flows with the rhythm of my breathing, the beating of my heart, the passage of time that has no meaning in this place where cause and effect have lost their way. Story 4. The aroma of freshly baked bread lingered in the air, mingling with the early morning chill seeping through the cracks of the old farmhouse. The The gentle creak of the wooden floors beneath my feet accompanied the rhythmic ticking of the wall clock. Yet just beyond the faint light streaming through the lace curtains, the back door swayed slightly on its hinges, a soft, almost imperceptible knock against the frame. It moved as though a non-existent breeze possessed it, each tap a quiet summons that sent a shiver up my spine, suggesting something unseen awaited outside. My fingers traced the edge of the kitchen counter now, feeling the worn grooves carved by countless meals prepared, countless ordinary moments that preceded what came after. The wood is smooth, polished by decades of use, but there's a particular spot where the surface feels different, rougher. I run my thumb across it repeatedly, this small imperfection that somehow anchors me to that morning when everything shifted. The bread smell returns to me in waves, though no bread bakes in my kitchen today. Memory has its own logic, its own persistent aromatics that refuse to fade even when the source has long since disappeared. I remember standing there, flour still dusting my hands from the early morning baking. The routine of it had become sacred to me by then, this ritual of rising before dawn to knead and shape and tend to something that would nourish. But the door kept moving, that gentle percussion against the frame, and I found myself counting the intervals between each tap. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, tap. The pattern held for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Time behaves strangely when you're waiting for something undefined to happen. Was I waiting, or was I avoiding? The distinction blurs now as it blurred then. I had been living in that house for months by that point, long enough to know its sounds, its moods, its tendency toward minor rebellions like loose hinges and settling beams. But this was different. This felt intentional. I walked to the window first, not the door. Always the window first, because seeing before being seen had become my default approach to unexpected things. The glass was fogged with condensation, my breath adding to the moisture as I leaned close to peer through the lace. The pattern of the curtains created a fragmented view, breaking the outside world into small, disconnected pieces. There was nothing to see. The back garden stretched away from the house in its familiar arrangement of overgrown herbs and neglected vegetables. The old apple tree stood sentinel near the property line, its branches heavy with fruit that would soon need harvesting. Everything appeared exactly as it should, except for the door's persistent movement. I think about the investigator who came later, not immediately later, but eventually later, when it became clear that normal explanations wouldn't suffice. She had kind eyes and careful hands, the way she touched objects in the house like they might reveal secrets if handled with proper respect. "Tell me about that morning," she had said, settling into the kitchen chair that faced the back door. "Start with what you remember most clearly." What I remembered most clearly was the uncertainty, the way my hand hovered over the door handle for what felt like an eternity before I finally turned it, the way the metal felt unusually cold against my palm, though the morning wasn't particularly chill, the way I held my breath as I pulled the door open, expecting to find something, someone, some explanation for the rhythmic knocking. But there was nothing. Just the garden and the apple tree and the morning air that rushed past me into the warm kitchen, carrying with it the scent of earth and growing things and something else I couldn't quite identify. "Nothing," the investigator had asked. "Nothing visible," I corrected, because even then I knew the distinction mattered. She wrote something in her notebook, the pen making small scratching sounds against the paper. I wanted to read what she was writing, but the angle was wrong, and asking felt like it would reveal too much about my own doubts. The bread finished baking that morning despite the distraction. I remember the timer going off, its shrill insistence cutting through my contemplation of the open doorway. I closed the door to retrieve the loaves from the oven, and when I turned back, the swaying had stopped. Sometimes I wonder if it ever really happened at all. Memory is unreliable. I learned this not from books or experts, but from living with the weight of that morning, carrying it forward into days and weeks and months of trying to understand what I had witnessed. Each time I revisited the scene in my mind, small details shifted. The number of taps, the intervals between them, the temperature of the door handle, the scent carried on the morning breeze. Was it earth and growing things, or was it something else entirely? The investigator visited 3 times. I remember this clearly because I baked bread for each visit, an unconscious recreation of that first morning's ritual. She never commented on the bread, though she always accepted a slice and ate it thoughtfully while we talked. "Have there been other incidents?" she asked during the second visit. Incidents, such a clinical word for the series of small disturbances that had begun to punctuate my days. The kitchen faucet that turned itself on during the night, the sound of footsteps on the front porch when no one was there, the feeling of being watched while working in the garden, though I could never locate the source of the observation. "I'm not sure I would call them incidents," I told her, "more like variations on a theme." She looked up from her notebook at that, her pen pausing mid-sentence. "What theme?" "Presence without presence, action without actor, like something is trying to communicate but can't quite manage to bridge the gap between intention and manifestation." I surprised myself with this articulation. I hadn't realized I had been thinking about it in such terms until the words emerged, fully formed, from some deeper level of processing. The investigator wrote this down word for word. I could tell because her pen moved for much longer than usual, and she asked me to repeat the phrase about intention and manifestation. During the third visit, she brought photographs, not of my house or property, but of other places, other kitchens with back doors, other gardens with apple trees, other windows with lace curtains creating fragmented views of the outside world. "Do any of these look familiar?" she asked, spreading the images across my kitchen table like tarot cards. I studied each photograph carefully, searching for recognition, for connection, for some thread that might weave my experience into a larger pattern. The houses were all similar to mine in age and style, rural properties with the kind of lived in where that speaks of generations of occupancy. But none of them were mine, and none of them sparked the flash of familiarity I think she was hoping to see. "I don't think so," I said finally. "Should they?" She gathered the photographs without answering, sliding them back into their manila envelope with practiced efficiency. But I caught something in her expression, a flicker of disappointment or frustration that suggested these images held significance I wasn't grasping. "What about the previous occupants?" she asked instead. "Did you know them well?" The previous occupants, an elderly couple who had lived in the house for decades before moving to a facility closer to their children. I had met them only once, during the final walkthrough before taking possession of the property. They had seemed pleasant enough, though there was something melancholy about the way they moved through rooms they were seeing for the last time. "Not well," I admitted. "They left some things behind. Personal items. I've been meaning to box them up and send them along, but somehow I never get around to it." The investigator's pen stopped moving. "What kind of personal items?" I led her to the spare bedroom where I had been storing the abandoned belongings. Boxes of photographs mostly, and some books, a few pieces of clothing that had been left in closets. Nothing valuable or obviously meaningful, just the detritus of a long life in one place. She went through the photographs methodically, holding each one up to the light from the window as if the illumination might reveal hidden details. Most were standard family snapshots spanning decades, the kind of images that accumulate in any household over time. Children growing up, holidays celebrated, ordinary moments preserved for reasons that become less clear as years pass. But then she paused, holding one photograph for a longer time than the others. "May I borrow this?" she asked, showing me the image. It was a picture of the kitchen, my kitchen, taken years earlier when the previous occupants were younger. The back door was visible in the background, closed and apparently normal, but there was something about the angle of the shot, the way the photographer had positioned themselves to capture not just the room, but the relationship between inside and outside space. "Of course," I said, though I felt oddly reluctant to let the photograph leave the house. She never brought it back. The disturbances continued after her visits ended, not daily, but regularly enough that I began to anticipate them, to listen for the particular quality of silence that seemed to precede each occurrence. The kitchen became the epicenter of activity, though I hesitate to use such a dramatic term for events so subtle they could easily be dismissed as imagination or wishful thinking. Wishful thinking, an interesting phrase to apply to phenomena that were more unsettling than welcome. But there was something almost companionable about the presence I felt developing in the house, as if some previous occupant had never quite finished the process of leaving. I started talking to them, to whatever combination of memory and possibility had taken up residence in the spaces between what was real and what was perceived. "Good morning," I would say while preparing breakfast, addressing the empty air with the same casual familiarity I might use with a housemate. "Sleep well." No responses came, at least not in any conventional sense, but sometimes the quality of silence would shift, becoming more attentive, more present. Sometimes a cabinet door would creak softly, as if someone had brushed against it while passing through the room. I began to research the history of the house, spending hours at the local historical society poring over property records and newspaper archives. The building was older than I had realized, dating back more than a century, and had housed numerous families over the generations. Most had lived there peacefully for years or decades before moving on to other phases of their lives. But there were gaps in the record, periods where ownership changed hands quickly, where families moved in and out within months rather than years. No explanations were provided for these rapid transitions, just dates and names and legal transfers of property. One name appeared multiple times in the records, though not as an owner, a woman who seemed to have served as caretaker or house-sitter during the periods between permanent residents. Her name was listed in various capacities over several decades, always in connection with the house, always in a temporary or transitional role. I tried to find more information about her, but the trail grew cold quickly. No death certificate on file locally. No forwarding address when her caretaking services were no longer needed. Just a name that appeared and disappeared from the official record like smoke dissipating in still air. The investigator had given me her card, but when I tried to call her about my research findings, the number was no longer in service. The agency she claimed to represent had no record of employing anyone matching her description. This discovery should have alarmed me more than it did. Instead, I felt a strange sense of completion, as if the mystery of her identity somehow balanced the mystery of my experiences in the house. Both were real in the sense that they had occurred, that I had lived through them and been changed by them, but both existed outside the boundaries of conventional explanation. I stopped trying to solve anything after that, stopped looking for answers or patterns or rational explanations for the persistent sense of sharing my space with something that couldn't quite be categorized as presence or absence. The back door still moves sometimes, that gentle swaying motion that first caught my attention. I no longer feel compelled to investigate or explain it. Instead, I've learned to appreciate it as a kind of conversation, a way of acknowledging that the boundaries between what was and what has remained more fluid than most people are comfortable admitting. This morning, while kneading dough for another batch of bread, I heard the familiar tap, tap, tap against the door frame. The rhythm was slightly different than I remembered, more syncopated, almost musical. I found myself humming along with it, creating a small harmony between the living and whatever lies just beyond the edge of living. When I opened the door, there was nothing to see. There never is. But the apple tree was heavy with fruit, and the morning air carried the scent of earth and growing things and something else I still can't quite identify. Something that might be memory or hope or the lingering presence of all the lives that have been lived within these walls. I picked an apple from the lower branches and bit into it while standing in the doorway. It was sweet and crisp, with just a hint of tartness that made me pucker slightly. Real, undeniably, tangibly real. Everything else remains beautifully, persistently uncertain. Story 5. It wasn't unusual for the window to be slightly ajar each morning. Sometimes the latch was just loose, resting at an odd angle, as if someone had fiddled with it, but not recently. I didn't count the cars parked along the street, though they seemed fewer by the hour. The curtains swayed gently, catching the draft from the hallway, and the floor creaked as if under a hidden weight, but that was normal enough. I didn't dust the shelves, still lined with undisturbed knickknacks, though one seemed less dusty than the others. I drew the curtains close, leaving room for shadows to gather. The coffee mug on the kitchen counter held the residue of yesterday's brew, or perhaps the day before. The ring it left on the wood had darkened into a perfect circle, like a brand burned into memory. I remember how she always used that particular mug, the one with the small chip near the handle that caught her thumb just so. The ceramic felt cold against my palm when I lifted it, though the kitchen had been warm all morning. Steam still seemed to rise from its depths, though that might have been my imagination playing tricks in the slanted light. Her reading glasses rested on the side table, folded neatly as always. The prescription was strong enough that looking through them made the room swim and blur, transforming familiar furniture into strange, warped shapes. She never went anywhere without them, not even to check the mail or water the plants on the front porch. The case lay open beside them, its velvet lining pressed flat from years of use. When I held the glasses up to the window, the world outside fractured into prismatic fragments, each piece telling a different version of the same story. The newspaper remained folded on the doormat, its edges curled from morning dew. I hadn't brought it inside because she always insisted on doing that herself, part of her routine that gave structure to otherwise shapeless days. The headlines were probably the same as always, distant troubles and local concerns that would fade by evening. But the paper felt heavier than usual when I finally retrieved it, as if the words themselves had gained weight overnight. The ink smudged slightly under my fingertips, leaving faint traces of news that no longer seemed relevant. Her favorite chair still bore the impression of her body, a gentle depression in the cushions that spoke of countless hours spent reading, thinking, watching the street through that troublesome window. The fabric had faded where her hands naturally rested, creating pale patches like reverse shadows. When I sat in it myself, trying to understand what she might have seen, the springs creaked in unfamiliar protest. The view from her angle revealed corners of the room I'd forgotten existed, angles that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. The telephone had been silent for days, though I could swear I'd heard it ringing in my sleep. The answering machine blinked with messages I couldn't bring myself to play, each red flash a reminder of conversations that might never happen. She used to answer on the second ring, always the second, as if the first was merely a polite warning. The receiver still smelled faintly of her perfume when I held it to my ear, listening to the dial tone that stretched into infinity like a question without an answer. Plants throughout the house had begun to droop despite my careful attention to their watering schedule. She had possessed an intuitive understanding of their needs, knowing precisely when the soil felt too dry or too wet. Under my care, they seemed to wither with a kind of polite resignation, their leaves curling inward as if protecting secrets I wasn't meant to discover. The African violet on the windowsill had dropped its petals one by one, creating a small purple carpet on the sill that I couldn't bring myself to sweep away. The mirror in the hallway reflected more than it should have, catching glimpses of movement in rooms I knew were empty. Sometimes I would pause before it, studying my own face for signs of the strain I felt building behind my eyes. She used to stop there too, adjusting her hair or checking her lipstick before stepping outside. Now the glass seemed clouded, as if breath had fogged its surface from the other side. When I wiped it clean, my reflection looked different somehow, older and more uncertain than I remembered. Her perfume bottle sat on the dresser, nearly empty but still releasing its familiar scent into the air. The fragrance had always been subtle, something that revealed itself gradually rather than announcing its presence. I found myself breathing more deeply in certain rooms, chasing that elusive scent like a bloodhound following a trail that grew fainter with each passing hour. The bottle itself was elegant, cut crystal that caught light and threw it back in scattered rainbows that danced across the walls when the sun hit just right. Books lay open throughout the house, marking places she would never return to finish. Her bookmark, a thin strip of leather worn smooth by years of use, protruded from a novel whose plot I couldn't follow despite reading the same paragraphs repeatedly. The margins contained her penciled notes, observations about characters and their motivations that seemed prophetic now. One comment in particular caught my attention. People see only what they expect to see, even when the truth is right in front of them. The refrigerator hummed with mechanical persistence, its contents slowly spoiling despite my efforts to maintain normalcy. She had always been meticulous about expiration dates, checking milk and examining produce with the thoroughness of a scientist. Now I found myself paralyzed by simple decisions, which vegetables to keep, which leftovers to discard. The ice maker continued its steady production, dropping cubes into the bin with small crashes that startled me from whatever thoughts had been occupying my mind. Her jewelry box played its tiny melody when opened, the same tune it had performed for decades. The ballerina inside still pirouetted on her spring, though her painted face had worn away to reveal blank porcelain beneath. Most of the compartments remained full, their contents arranged with the precision she brought to everything. Only her wedding ring was missing, though I couldn't remember when I'd last seen her wearing it. The empty space in the velvet lining seemed to pulse with significance I couldn't quite grasp. Dust motes danced in the afternoon sunlight that streamed through the problematic window, creating patterns that seemed almost intentional. She used to say that dust was just dead skin and fabric fibers, nothing mysterious or romantic about it. But watching those particles spiral and drift, I began to see them as something else entirely. Evidence of presence, proof that someone had lived and moved through these spaces. They settled on surfaces with the weight of accumulated time, each speck a tiny monument to moments that could never be retrieved. The basement door remained closed, though I couldn't recall making a conscious decision to avoid it. The key hung on its usual hook, slightly tarnished but functional. She had spent considerable time down there, organizing storage boxes and maintaining the furnace with an attention to detail that impressed repair technicians. Sometimes I heard sounds from below, settling wood, shifting pipes, the whisper of air moving through forgotten spaces. Each noise seemed to carry a message I wasn't equipped to decode. Her calendar still hung on the kitchen wall, appointments and reminders penciled in her careful handwriting. Most entries had been crossed off as completed, but several remained untouched, their deadlines passed without acknowledgement. Doctor visits, lunch dates, book club meetings, the infrastructure of a life that had continued right up until it didn't. I found myself studying her handwriting for clues, analyzing the pressure of her pencil strokes and the spacing between words as if they might reveal something crucial. The mailbox had begun to overflow with letters addressed to her, each envelope a small demand for attention she could no longer provide. Bills, advertisements, correspondence from friends who hadn't yet heard. The world continued its attempts to communicate with someone who had stepped outside its reach. I sorted through the pile mechanically, creating categories that made sense only to me. Some letters felt heavier than others, as if their contents possessed a weight that transcended mere paper and ink. Photographs throughout the house captured moments that now seemed to belong to someone else's life. Her smile in those images appeared different when I studied it closely, as if she had known something the camera couldn't capture. The most recent pictures showed subtle changes I hadn't noticed at the time, a tightness around her eyes, a forced quality to her expressions that suggested effort rather than spontaneous joy. I began to wonder what I had missed while living too close to see clearly. The garage held her car, keys still hanging from the ignition where she had left them. The seat remained adjusted to her height, the mirrors positioned for her line of sight. When I sat behind the wheel, everything felt wrong, too low, too close, too intimate. The radio was tuned to her favorite station, and when I turned the key to check the fuel level, music filled the space with jarring normalcy. She had been particular about maintenance schedules, keeping meticulous records that revealed a mind focused on preventing problems before they could develop. Night sounds seemed amplified in the house's new silence, each creak and whisper magnified by the absence of familiar breathing, familiar movements. The heating system cycled on and off with mechanical precision, but the spaces between its operations stretched longer than they should have. I found myself listening for sounds that never came, footsteps on the stairs, water running in the bathroom, the rustle of pages being turned. The silence had weight and texture, pressing against my eardrums like deep water. Her pillow still held the impression of her head, a shallow depression that I couldn't bring myself to smooth away. The pillowcase smelled like her shampoo, though that scent was fading despite my efforts to preserve it. Sleep had become elusive, replaced by a state of suspended consciousness that left me exhausted but alert. When I did manage to drift off, dreams filled with fragments of conversations I couldn't quite remember, words spoken in her voice but carrying meanings I couldn't decipher. The kitchen timer sat silent on the counter, its digital display showing zeros that blinked with metronomic persistence. She had used it constantly, measuring cooking times and medication intervals with the precision of someone who understood that timing mattered more than most people realized. Now its silence felt accusatory, as if it were waiting for instructions that would never come. When I finally pressed its buttons, the beeping seemed too loud, too urgent for the empty house to contain. Light switches throughout the house bore the evidence of her touch, slight discoloration where her fingers had pressed them thousands of times. I found myself tracing those marks, trying to connect with something tangible and real. The patterns of wear revealed her habits, which lights she turned on first when entering a room, which she left burning longest. Some switches showed no wear at all, suggesting spaces she had avoided or forgotten. I began to map the house according to these traces, discovering a geography of presence and absence I had never noticed before. The final detail that catches my attention is the window latch, still hanging at that odd angle despite my repeated attempts to secure it properly. No matter how firmly I press it closed, it returns to that same position overnight, as if guided by invisible hands or drawn by forces I can't identify. The morning light streams through the gap it creates, casting shadows that seem to move independently of the curtain's gentle sway. I've stopped trying to fix it, accepting instead that some things resist explanation, existing in the space between what we know and what we fear might be true. Story 6. My foot settled and the tile beneath gave a reluctant creak. It was as if the floor itself held a secret under its cold surface, whispering only in the absence of other sound. The air carried a faint mustiness, something not quite right, something aged and untouched. I brushed my fingertips against the wall, feeling the chill travel up my arm differently than before. The dimness shifted, and I knew without seeing that the pattern had changed. The basement had been empty when I first came down to check the water heater. That was what I told myself anyway. But now, standing in the same spot, I could feel the wrongness settling into my bones like winter fog. The mustiness wasn't just dampness anymore. It carried something else, something organic and forgotten, like flowers pressed between book pages until they crumbled to dust. I moved forward, my hand trailing along the concrete wall. The surface felt different under my palm, rougher in places where it should have been smooth. My fingers found what felt like scratches, shallow grooves carved into the cement. When I pulled my hand away, a fine powder clung to my skin. The water heater hummed in the corner, its pilot light casting dancing shadows across the floor. But there were other shadows too, shapes that didn't match the sparse furniture scattered around the basement. A cardboard box sat where I was certain none had been before. Its edges were soft with age, the brown cardboard faded to the color of dried blood. I approached it slowly, my footsteps echoing differently than they had moments before. The sound seemed to bounce off surfaces that weren't there, creating a hollow resonance that made my skin crawl. When I crouched beside the box, the mustiness grew stronger, mixing with something metallic that made my mouth water in an unpleasant way. The box wasn't sealed. The flaps lay folded over each other in a way that suggested frequent opening and closing. I lifted one corner and the smell hit me fully. Not decay exactly, but something that had been alive once and wasn't anymore. Something that had been important to someone. Inside were photographs, hundreds of them, all showing the same person from different angles, different distances. A woman with dark hair and eyes that seemed to follow me even in the still images. Some were taken from far away, through windows or across parking lots. Others were closer, intimate in a way that made my stomach turn. In one, she was sleeping. I recognized her immediately, though I couldn't place from where. The recognition sat in my chest like a stone, heavy and undeniable. I had seen this face before, spoken to this person, maybe even touched this hand that appeared in several of the photographs, reaching for door handles, holding coffee cups, gesturing while talking to people whose faces had been carefully cut out of every frame. Beneath the photographs were other things. A small notebook filled with cramped handwriting that I couldn't quite make out in the dim light. a piece of jewelry, a silver bracelet that caught the pilot light's glow, a key that looked newer than everything else in the box, its metal still bright and unscratched. I sat back on my heels, trying to process what I was seeing. The photographs felt familiar in my hands, as if I had held them before. The paper was worn smooth in places, fingerprint smudges marking the corners where someone had gripped them repeatedly. Someone had spent considerable time with these images, studying them, organizing them, caring for them in a way that spoke of obsession. The woman's face stared up at me from dozens of angles, and I found myself studying her expression in each shot. In the distant ones, she looked relaxed, unaware. But in the closer photographs, there was something in her eyes, a wariness that suggested she knew she was being watched. The progression was subtle but undeniable. The later photographs showed someone who had learned to look over her shoulder. I picked up the notebook and carried it closer to the water heater's light. The handwriting was small and precise, filled with dates and locations, times and observations. The entries read like a schedule, documenting movements and habits with scientific accuracy. But interspersed between the factual notations were other things, emotional outbursts written in the same careful script, declarations of love and frustration, promises and threats that never quite crossed the line into something actionable. The bracelet was warm when I touched it, as if someone had been wearing it recently. It was delicate, feminine, the kind of thing that would catch on clothing or hair if you weren't careful. There were tiny scratches on its surface where marks that spoke of regular use. When I held it up to the light, I could see an engraving on the inside, letters too small to read in the basement's gloom. The key was the most unsettling item. Unlike everything else in the box, it showed no signs of age or wear. The metal was bright, the teeth sharp and precise. It was the kind of key that opened something important, something that required security. But what lock it belonged to, I couldn't begin to guess. I closed the box and stood up, my knees protesting after crouching for so long. The basement felt different now, charged with a tension that hadn't been there before. The shadows seemed deeper, the corners more concealing. I found myself listening for sounds that shouldn't be there, footsteps overhead or the whisper of fabric against concrete. But the house above was silent. I lived alone, had lived alone for longer than I cared to remember. The basement was my basement, the box was in my basement, and I had no memory of how it had gotten there. I climbed the stairs slowly, each step creaking under my weight. The main floor felt bright and normal after the basement's oppressive atmosphere, but the feeling of wrongness followed me up. I set the box on the kitchen table and stared at it, trying to make sense of what I had found. The woman in the photographs looked back at me from my memory, her face clear and familiar in a way that made my hands shake. I knew her, had known her, but the knowledge sat just out of reach, like trying to remember a dream after waking. I opened the box again and spread the photographs across the table. In the better light, I could see details I had missed before. The backgrounds of the images were familiar too. A coffee shop I recognized, a park where I had walked, a street I drove down regularly. Whoever had taken these photographs lived in my world, moved through my spaces, shared my geography. The notebook's entries became clearer under the kitchen lights. The handwriting was meticulous, almost mechanical in its precision. But the content was anything but mechanical. It read like the journal of someone losing their grip on reality, someone whose love had curdled into something else entirely. I found myself reading passages aloud, my voice strange in the empty kitchen. The words felt familiar on my tongue, as if I had spoken them before. The emotions behind them resonated in a way that made me uncomfortable, a recognition that went deeper than memory. The bracelet lay among the scattered photographs, its silver surface reflecting the overhead light. When I picked it up again, I noticed something I had missed in the basement. There were traces of something dark caught in the links, something that might have been dried blood or might have been rust. The distinction seemed important, but I couldn't say why. I held the bracelet up to examine it more closely, and the engraving on the inside became visible. 2 initials separated by a plus sign, like something a teenager might carve into a tree. But the letters were precise, professional, the work of someone who took pride in their craft. One set of initials was mine. The realization hit me like cold water, sudden and shocking. I dropped the bracelet and it clattered against the table, scattering some of the photographs. My hands were shaking now, not just with nervousness, but with something deeper, a recognition that I didn't want to accept. I looked at the photographs again, seeing them differently now. The angles were familiar because I knew them, had seen them through my own eyes. The woman's growing wariness made sense because she had been aware of me, had known that I was watching, following, documenting her life with the obsessive attention to detail that filled the notebook. But I didn't remember taking the photographs. I didn't remember writing in the notebook. I didn't remember buying the bracelet or having it engraved. The memories sat just out of reach, like trying to grasp smoke. I picked up the key again, turning it over in my palm. It was warm now, heated by my skin, and something about its weight felt familiar. I found myself walking through the house, key in hand, looking for the lock it might open. I tried doors and drawers, cabinets and boxes, but nothing fit. Then I remembered the basement. There was a storage room down there, a space I rarely entered, secured with a padlock that I had installed myself. I couldn't remember what I had stored there, couldn't remember the last time I had opened it. I went back downstairs, the key clutched tight in my fist. The basement felt different again, expectant, as if it were waiting for something to happen. The storage room was in the far corner, behind the water heater, its door barely visible in the shadows. The padlock was newer than I remembered, its metal bright and unscratched like the key in my hand. I slid the key into the lock, and it turned easily, as if it had been used recently and often. The door swung open, revealing a space I didn't recognize. The walls were covered with more photographs, hundreds of them, all of the same woman, but these were different from the ones in the box. These were organized, arranged in chronological order, documenting what looked like months or maybe years of surveillance. In the center of the room was a desk, its surface covered with notebooks, maps, and schedules. Everything was neat and organized, the work of someone with patience and dedication, someone who had turned watching into an art form. I stepped into the room and the door swung shut behind me. In the sudden darkness, I could hear my own breathing, quick and shallow. I fumbled for a light switch and found one by the door. The fluorescent bulb flickered to life, casting harsh shadows across the walls. The photographs were even more disturbing in the bright light. They showed every aspect of the woman's life, from her morning routine to her evening walks. Someone had been watching her constantly, documenting her every movement with scientific precision. But as I looked closer, I began to notice something else. In some of the photographs, there were reflections. Windows, mirrors, chrome surfaces that caught the image of the photographer, and in those reflections I could see a face I recognized. My own. I sank into the chair at the desk, my legs suddenly unable to support me. The notebooks were filled with my handwriting, pages and pages of observations and plans written in my own careful script. The maps showed routes through the city, marked with times and locations, a pattern of surveillance that was both methodical and obsessive. And in the center of it all was a final photograph, different from the others. This one showed the woman up close, her eyes wide with fear, her mouth open as if she were screaming. But there was no sound in the photograph, just the terrible silence of a moment captured forever. I stared at the image, trying to remember when I had taken it, trying to remember the woman's face, her voice, her name, but the memories wouldn't come. They hovered just out of reach, like shadows that disappeared when you looked directly at them. The basement was silent around me, but I could feel its weight pressing down, heavy with secrets I had hidden even from myself. The woman in the photograph stared back at me from 100 different angles, her fear growing more pronounced in each successive image. I closed my eyes and tried to remember, but all I could see was darkness. All I could feel was the cold tile beneath my feet and the certainty that something terrible had happened in this place, something that I had done and then forgotten, buried so deep that even finding the evidence couldn't bring it back to the surface. When I opened my eyes again, the photographs were still there, still staring, still silent. And I was still sitting in a room I didn't remember creating, surrounded by evidence of actions I couldn't recall taking. The fluorescent light hummed overhead, casting its harsh glow across the walls. And in that light I could see something else I had missed before. In the corner of the room, barely visible in the shadows, was another box. This one was smaller, newer, its cardboard still crisp and unhandled. I didn't want to open it. I didn't want to see what else I might have done, what other secrets I had hidden from myself in this basement room. But I could feel its presence like a weight, demanding attention, demanding acknowledgement. The box was light when I picked it up, almost empty. Inside was a single item, wrapped in tissue paper that crinkled softly as I unfolded it. It was another piece of jewelry, a necklace this time, delicate and silver like the bracelet upstairs. But this necklace was different. It was broken, its chain snapped as if it had been torn away forcefully. And caught in its links were several strands of dark hair, the same color as the woman in the photographs. I held the necklace up to the light, and the hair caught the fluorescent glow, gleaming like silk. It was soft between my fingers, still carrying the faint scent of shampoo and something else, something uniquely human. The realization of what I was holding, what it meant, what I must have done to obtain it, settled over me like a heavy blanket. But even then, even with the evidence in my hands, I couldn't remember. The memories remained locked away, hidden behind a wall I had apparently built to protect myself from the truth. I sat in that basement room, surrounded by the documentation of my obsession, holding physical evidence of my crime, and I felt nothing but emptiness. Not guilt, not horror, not even fear, just a vast, echoing void where my memories should have been. The woman in the photographs continued to stare at me from the walls, her fear eternal and accusatory. But I couldn't remember her voice, couldn't remember her name, couldn't remember the moment when watching had turned into something else, something final. Above me, the house was silent and empty, just as it had always been, just as it would continue to be. And below, in this room I had forgotten I had created, the evidence waited patiently for someone else to find it, someone else to piece together the story I could no longer tell myself. The fluorescent light flickered once, casting dancing shadows across the photographs, and for a moment I thought I saw movement in the images, thought I saw the woman's eyes shift to meet mine. But when the light steadied, everything was still again, frozen in that terrible moment between watching and acting, between obsession and conclusion. I folded the necklace back into its tissue paper and returned it to the box. Then I turned off the light and left the room, locking the door behind me. But as I climbed the stairs back to the main floor, I could feel the weight of those watching eyes following me, patient and eternal and forever beyond my reach. Story 7. The light switch didn't respond to my touch. Fingers brushed the cool plastic, but nothing changed. The room remained draped in its dusky shroud. The floor felt unfamiliar beneath my feet, as if rejecting their weight. My steps were muffled by an air too still, too dense, as though sound itself refused to disperse. Walls constricted against the gaze, drawing closer yet maintaining their distance. Each object appeared to occupy its space, yet seemed undeniably absent. The old clock on the mantel was silent, its hands motionless, as if time itself had taken leave. A draft brushed past, neither warm nor cold, whispering uncertainty with its passage. My hand lingered near the railing, feeling the texture of wood, but the sensation slipped away, leaving only a curious doubt in its wake. I had come here for answers. The woman who lived in this house had vanished, and I was the last person to see her alive. At least that's what everyone kept telling me. The detective who questioned me, the neighbors who watched from their windows, the family members who called with voices thick with accusation. But standing in her living room now, breathing the stale air that carried hints of lavender and something sharper, more metallic, I wondered if I remembered anything correctly at all. The key had been under the third flower pot, exactly where she said it would be. I could hear her voice explaining it to me, that soft way she had of speaking when she was nervous, how her hands would flutter near her throat. But when had she told me this? The memory felt borrowed, as if it belonged to someone else entirely. I moved deeper into the house, my footsteps creating small disturbances in the silence. The carpet in the hallway was darker in some places, worn thin by patterns of movement I couldn't decipher. Family photographs lined the walls, but the faces seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. A child with gap-toothed smile, a man in military uniform, the woman herself standing beside a garden I didn't recognize. In the kitchen, a coffee mug sat on the counter, half filled with liquid that had long since grown cold. The surface showed a thin film, and I found myself wondering how many days it had been sitting there. The refrigerator hummed sporadically, a sound that seemed to start and stop without reason. When I opened it, the light didn't come on, but I could make out shapes in the dimness. Milk cartons, take-out containers, a bottle of wine with the cork pushed back in carelessly. The wine bottle triggered something, a flash of memory or perhaps imagination, her laugh higher pitched than usual. The way she kept refilling her glass while mine remained untouched. Had I been here that evening? The kitchen felt familiar, but in the way a place feels familiar in dreams, where the geography shifts even as you navigate it. I pulled out my phone to call the detective, but the screen remained black despite my pressing the power button. The battery had been full when I arrived. I set it on the counter next to the coffee mug and noticed how similar they looked, both dark rectangles reflecting nothing. Upstairs, the floorboards complained under my weight. The bedroom door stood ajar, and I could smell that lavender scent more strongly now, mixed with something else, something that made my throat tighten. The bed was unmade, sheets twisted as if someone had struggled with sleep or something else entirely. A jewelry box sat open on the dresser, its contents scattered. Had it been ransacked, or was this simply how she lived? I tried to remember what she had been wearing the last time I saw her. A blue dress, I thought, with small buttons down the front. But when I pictured her, the dress kept changing colors, sometimes blue, sometimes green, sometimes a pattern I couldn't quite focus on. Her face in my memory was similarly unstable, features rearranging themselves each time I tried to hold them steady. The detective had asked me about our relationship. Friend, I had said, neighbor, someone who checked on her occasionally. But standing in her bedroom, looking at the indent in the pillow where her head had rested, I felt a familiarity that went deeper than casual acquaintance. I knew which side of the bed she preferred. I knew she kept reading glasses in the drawer of the nightstand, even though she was vain about wearing them in public. How did I know these things? The bathroom mirror was fogged, as if someone had recently taken a hot shower, but the towels were dry, and when I touched the faucet handles, they were cold. I wiped the mirror with my sleeve, and my own reflection startled me. I looked different somehow, older maybe, or perhaps just more tired than I remembered being. There were scratches on my hands that I couldn't recall getting. Back downstairs, I found myself drawn to a small desk in the corner of the living room. Papers were spread across its surface, bills mostly, but also handwritten notes in her careful script, shopping lists, appointment reminders, fragments of thoughts that seemed to trail off mid-sentence. One note caught my attention: "Can't trust anyone anymore, not even." The sentence ended there, the pen having apparently run out of ink, or the thought left deliberately incomplete. Beneath the papers, I found a small leather journal. The entries were sporadic, dated, but with no clear chronological order. Her handwriting grew more erratic as the pages progressed, words sometimes pressed so hard into the paper they tore through to the other side. She wrote about feeling watched, about things in her house being moved when she was away, about phone calls where no one spoke but she could hear breathing. One entry mentioned me by name, or rather by the nickname she had used. Came by again today, asking questions. Why so interested in my routine? Why does it matter when I go to bed, when I leave for work? The concern feels different now, heavier. I read the words several times, but they felt like they described someone else entirely. I had never asked about her routine, had I? Our conversations were casual, superficial. Comments about the weather, complaints about the mail delivery, brief exchanges over the fence that separated our properties. But as I sat in her chair, surrounded by her possessions, I began to remember other conversations. Longer ones, conversations where I had asked questions, where I had listened carefully to her answers, where I had filed away information about her habits, her schedule, her fears. The house settled around me with small creaks and sighs. Outside, a car passed, its headlights briefly illuminating the room before moving on, leaving me in deeper darkness than before. I should leave, I knew. I should call the detective from somewhere else, explain that I had been here, that I had found nothing useful, but I couldn't seem to move from the chair. Instead, I kept reading, entry after entry of growing paranoia, of sleepless nights and double-checked locks. She wrote about considering getting a security system, about maybe moving away, about not knowing who to trust. The final entry was different, though. Calmer. Maybe I've been wrong about everything. Maybe the person I've been afraid of is actually trying to help. Maybe I should listen. The journal fell closed in my lap. Outside, the wind had picked up, rattling the windows in their frames. I could hear branches scraping against the siding, a rhythmic sound like fingernails on wood. The house felt smaller now, as if the walls had indeed moved closer while I sat reading. I stood and walked to the window, pulling back the curtain to look out at the street. My car was parked at the curb, but I couldn't remember driving here. I could remember deciding to come, remember feeling the urgency to search her house before someone else did, but the actual journey was missing from my memory. The street was empty except for my car and the streetlights casting uneven pools of yellow light. In one of those pools, I thought I saw a figure standing, watching the house. But when I blinked and looked again, there was nothing there except the distorted shadow of a tree. I let the curtain fall back and turned to survey the room once more. Everything looked the same as when I had arrived, yet somehow different. The furniture seemed to have shifted slightly. The shadows had rearranged themselves, and that metallic smell was stronger now, almost overwhelming the lavender. My phone buzzed against the counter, startling me. The screen had somehow come back to life, showing several missed calls from the detective. I picked it up to call back, but my hands were shaking and I couldn't seem to remember the number. Instead, I scrolled through my recent calls and found something that made my blood feel suddenly cold. Dozens of calls to her number. Calls made at all hours, some lasting only seconds, others going on for minutes. I had no memory of making these calls, no memory of what we might have discussed, but the evidence was there in the blue glow of the screen. I sank back into her chair and tried to piece together what I knew, what I remembered, and what I thought I remembered. The woman was gone. I had been the last to see her. I had her key, knew her routines, had called her repeatedly in the days before her disappearance. From the outside, it would look like obsession. From the inside, it felt like concern, but even that feeling was slippery, changing shape each time I examined it. The clock on the mantel remained silent, its hands still frozen in place. But I could sense movement around me anyway, the slow rotation of the earth, the passage of moments that couldn't be measured but could be felt. Soon, people would be looking for me. Soon, questions would need answers. I closed the journal and placed it back under the papers, arranging them as I had found them. I wiped down the surfaces I had touched, though I wasn't sure why. I was supposed to be here after all. I was helping with the investigation. At the front door, I paused and looked back at the house one final time. It looked ordinary now, just a living room with furniture and photographs and the accumulated debris of a life. But I could still feel its weight, the way it had pressed against me while I was inside, the way it had seemed to shift and breathe around me. I locked the door and replaced the key under the third flower pot, exactly where she had said it would be. The night air felt thin after the dense atmosphere of the house, and I took several deep breaths before walking to my car. As I drove away, I caught a glimpse of the house in my rearview mirror. A light was on in the upstairs window, warm and yellow against the darkness. But I had checked every switch, and none of them had worked. I slowed the car and looked back, but the house was dark again, just another shadow among shadows. The detective would want to know what I had found, what I had learned. I would tell him about the journal, about the signs of her growing fear, about the evidence of someone watching her. I would not mention the phone calls or the way her bedroom had felt familiar or the scratches on my hands that I couldn't explain. Some truths are too dangerous to speak aloud, especially when you're not sure they're true at all, especially when the person you're trying to protect might be yourself. The road stretched ahead, empty and dark, leading me home to my own house, my own bed, my own dreams that would probably be filled with lavender and the sound of breathing in empty rooms. Behind me, the woman's house settled back into silence, keeping its secrets, waiting for someone else to come looking for answers they might not want to find. Story 8. The heavy drapes loomed solemnly, veiling the room in shadow, while the distant murmur of traffic hinted at another bustling afternoon. The scent of dust mingled with the sharp tang of cleaning solution, yet a peculiar draft seemed to weave through the stillness. On a polished wooden table, a single sheet of blank paper lay unnaturally centered, its crisp edge fluttering ever so slightly, as if revealing a secret. The air felt tense, as if holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable reveal that lingered just beyond perception. I know now that the paper wasn't blank when I first found it. Memory plays tricks, doesn't it? The way we convince ourselves that certain moments began one way when they began another entirely. But I can see it clearly now, that careful handwriting, those measured words that would unravel everything I thought I understood about the person I'd been living with for 3 years. The apartment had always been too quiet. Even before I found the note, before the questions started multiplying like shadows at dusk, there was something about the silence that felt deliberate, constructed. She moved through rooms like she was avoiding invisible obstacles, her footsteps following patterns I couldn't quite decode. I told myself it was just her way, the careful precision she brought to everything, her work, her conversations, the way she arranged her coffee cup exactly 2 inches from the edge of the table each morning. But now I wonder if I was the obstacle she was navigating around. The first time I noticed the discrepancies, I was looking for a pen in her desk drawer. Such an ordinary moment, the kind that usually passes without leaving any impression at all. My fingers moved past the usual collection of office supplies, searching when they brushed against something unexpected. A second set of keys I'd never seen before. Not house keys, these were smaller, more delicate. The kind that might open a safety deposit box or a locker somewhere across town. I held them in my palm, feeling their weight, their unfamiliarity. They were warm, as if they'd been handled recently, though she'd been at work all day. Or at least, that's where she said she was going when she kissed my cheek that morning, her lips barely grazing my skin before she disappeared into the hallway. When I asked her about the keys that evening, she looked at me with that expression I'd grown accustomed to, not quite surprise, not quite annoyance, but something hovering between the two. She said they belonged to her sister, that she'd been meaning to mail them back. Her sister who lived 2 states away, who I'd never met despite all our conversations about family, about the people who shaped us before we found each other. I wanted to believe her. The explanation was reasonable, the kind of small oversight that happens in any household. But something about the way she took the keys from my hand, closing her fingers around them with just a little too much urgency, made me pay attention in a way I hadn't before. That night I lay awake listening to her breathe beside me, trying to determine if the rhythm was natural or performed. Sleep has its own cadence, irregular and unconscious, but her breathing seemed too measured, too controlled. I found myself counting the spaces between each inhalation, searching for the telltale catches and variations that would prove she was really unconscious, really vulnerable in the way we all are when we surrender to rest. The counting became a habit, not just her breathing, but everything. The number of times she checked her phone during dinner, the exact angle at which she positioned her purse by the door, the frequency with which she mentioned colleagues whose names I could never quite remember, people who seemed to exist only in her stories, floating in and out of conversations like characters in a play I was watching from the wrong angle. I started keeping track in a small notebook I hid between my mattress and box spring, not because I suspected her of anything specific, but because the patterns felt important, like clues in a puzzle I didn't yet realize I was solving. 3 phone calls every Tuesday afternoon, always taken in the bathroom with the fan running. 7 minutes in the hallway after coming home from work, before she'd actually enter the apartment and greet me. The way she always volunteered to handle the mail, sorting through it quickly before handing me what she deemed relevant. The notebook filled slowly, pages of observations that seemed meaningless individually, but began to form a constellation of small deceptions. Or maybe they weren't deceptions at all. Maybe I was creating meaning where none existed, the way we see faces in clouds or hear voices in white noise when we're desperate for connection, for understanding. But then there was the phone call I wasn't supposed to hear. I'd come home early from work, feeling the beginning of what I thought might be a fever. The apartment was supposed to be empty. She had a conference that day, or was it a training seminar? The details of her schedule had always been fluid, changing based on circumstances I wasn't privy to. But her voice was coming from the bedroom, low and urgent in a way I'd never heard before. I stood in the hallway, my hand still on the doorknob, listening to words that seemed to be in a language I almost recognized. not literally foreign, but coded somehow, full of references that meant nothing to me. Someone named the coordinator, a pickup scheduled for the weekend, something about documentation that needed to be handled carefully. When she emerged from the bedroom, she seemed genuinely surprised to see me, but not startled, not caught, just mildly inconvenienced, like someone who'd been interrupted during a routine task. She explained that work had called with a last-minute change to the conference schedule, that she'd had to reschedule several appointments. Her voice carried the same tone she used when discussing grocery lists or weekend plans, casual, unremarkable, designed to slide past attention rather than capture it. I nodded and went to the kitchen to make tea, but my hands were shaking as I filled the kettle. Not from fever, I realized, but from the sudden understanding that I'd been living with someone whose real life was happening in spaces I couldn't access, in conversations I wasn't meant to overhear. The weekend pickup she'd mentioned never materialized, at least not in any way I could observe. But I found myself watching for it, noting every delivery truck that paused too long outside our building, every unfamiliar car that appeared in our usually predictable neighborhood. I began to understand how paranoia works not as a sudden break from reality, but as a gradual expansion of attention, a widening of the net we cast when we're searching for patterns that might explain the inexplicable. She started working late more frequently after that, or at least staying away from the apartment until well past dinner time. When she did come home, she'd bring stories about colleagues and clients, detailed accounts of meetings and projects that sounded entirely plausible. But I noticed she never mentioned specific locations anymore, no restaurant names or office buildings, nothing concrete enough for me to verify if I'd wanted to. Not that I was checking up on her, not exactly, but when someone you love begins to feel like a stranger, you find yourself grasping for anything solid, anything that might anchor them back to the person you thought you knew. I called her office once just to hear her voice to confirm that she was where she said she was. The receptionist told me she was in a meeting, asked if I wanted to leave a message. Normal, unremarkable, exactly what I should have expected. But when she came home that evening, she didn't mention that I'd called. Most people would have said something, wouldn't they? A casual comment about getting my message or an apology for being unavailable. The absence of any reference to my call felt like another small deception, another thread in the web of careful omissions that seemed to surround her. I began to pay closer attention to her belongings, not searching through them exactly, but noticing them in ways I hadn't before. The purse she carried was always the same black leather bag, but sometimes it seemed fuller than others, weighted down with contents that shifted when she set it down. Her laptop, which used to sit open on the kitchen counter while she worked, now disappeared into the bedroom whenever she brought it home. The clothes in her closet began to feel unfamiliar too, though I couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed. Maybe it was just that I was looking at them differently, seeing them as costumes rather than personal choices. The conservative blazers and pencil skirts that I'd always associated with her professional life started to seem like uniforms, carefully chosen to project a specific image rather than express her personality. But what was her personality, really? The question started to haunt me in quiet moments, when I'd catch sight of her reading in the corner chair or preparing coffee in the morning light. Who was she when she wasn't performing the role of my partner, my confidant, my companion in this carefully constructed life we'd built together? The note appeared on a Tuesday, though I didn't find it until the following afternoon. It was tucked inside a book I'd been meaning to read, positioned exactly where I'd left my bookmark weeks earlier. The handwriting was hers unmistakably, but the words seemed to belong to someone else entirely. The message was brief, almost businesslike in its precision. Instructions for a meeting, coordinates that meant nothing to me, a reference to materials that needed to be transferred before the end of the week. No signature, no explanation, just the bare facts of some transaction I wasn't supposed to understand. I stared at the paper for what felt like hours, trying to make sense of the disconnect between the familiar curves of her penmanship and the alien content of the message. This wasn't a note meant for me, that much was obvious, but how had it ended up in my book, in the exact spot where I'd left off reading? Was it an accident, a moment of carelessness in an otherwise careful performance? Or was it intentional, a breadcrumb left for me to find when she was ready for me to start asking the right questions? I photographed the note with my phone before returning it to its place in the book, though I couldn't say why. Some instinct for preservation, maybe, or evidence gathering. The image looked different on the small screen, flattened and somehow less significant than the physical paper had seemed. But I found myself returning to it throughout the day, zooming in on individual words, searching for clues in the spacing between letters or the pressure of her pen against the page. When she came home that evening, I watched her face for any sign that she knew what I discovered. But she greeted me with the same measured warmth she always displayed, asked about my day with what seemed like genuine interest, moved through our familiar routines without any indication that anything had changed. Except that everything had changed, at least for me. The apartment we shared suddenly felt like a stage set, carefully arranged to support a performance that I was only beginning to recognize as artificial. Every object seemed to carry double meaning, functional on the surface, but potentially significant in ways I couldn't decode. The coffee maker that she always operated, never letting me handle the morning routine. The collection of books on her nightstand that I'd never seen her actually read. The way she always answered her phone in another room, as if privacy were a habit rather than a necessity. I started testing small boundaries, making subtle changes to see if she'd notice, moving her coffee cup an inch to the left, rearranging the mail before she could sort through it, asking specific questions about her work that required detailed answers rather than vague generalities. She adapted to each test smoothly, almost imperceptibly. The coffee cup would migrate back to its original position without any acknowledgement that it had been moved. She'd retrieve important mail from wherever I'd placed it with the efficiency of someone who knew exactly what she was looking for. My questions about her work were answered with just enough detail to seem comprehensive while remaining essentially uninformative. The coordination of it all was impressive, in a way that made me wonder how long she'd been managing these careful deceptions. Had our entire relationship been built on this foundation of managed information and controlled access, or had something changed recently, some shift in circumstances that required this new level of caution? I found myself studying photographs of us together, searching for the moment when her smile might have become a performance rather than an expression of genuine feeling. But the transition, if it existed, was too subtle to pinpoint. She looked like herself in every image, familiar and beloved and completely unknowable. The second note appeared a week later, this time slipped between the pages of a magazine I'd left on the coffee table. Different handwriting this time, but clearly intended for her. A confirmation of receipt, a schedule for the following week, instructions that were even more cryptic than the first message had been. The paper felt different, too heavier, more expensive, the kind of stationery that suggested official business rather than casual correspondence. I began to understand that I was witnessing something systematic, organized, ongoing. Whatever she was involved in, it wasn't a momentary lapse or a single questionable decision. This was a parallel life, complete with its own communication networks and operational procedures, running alongside our domestic routine like a shadow narrative I'd never been meant to perceive. The temptation to confront her directly grew stronger each day, but something held me back. Maybe it was fear of what I might learn, or recognition that once certain questions were asked, they couldn't be taken back. Our relationship, whatever it really was, would be fundamentally altered by the acknowledgement that I knew she was keeping secrets. Or maybe I was afraid that she already knew I was watching, that my careful observations and subtle tests were as transparent to her as her deceptions had become to me. The thought that we might both be performing awareness while maintaining the fiction of normalcy was almost too disturbing to consider fully. I started spending more time away from the apartment, partly to create opportunities for her to operate without my presence, and partly because I needed space to think clearly about what I was discovering. The coffee shop on the corner became a refuge where I could sit with my notebook and try to make sense of the patterns I was documenting. But even there, I found myself wondering if my absence was expected, planned for, incorporated into whatever larger scheme she was managing. Had she been waiting for me to develop this need for distance, this compulsion to analyze our life from the outside? Was my growing paranoia another element she'd learned to navigate around? The questions multiplied faster than I could answer them, each revelation leading to deeper uncertainties rather than greater clarity. I began to understand how people disappear into obsession, how the search for truth can become more consuming than the truth itself. The final note was different. Instead of instructions or confirmations, it contained what looked like a goodbye, not sentimental or emotional, but business-like in the way that final reports tend to be. A summary of completed tasks, a reference to materials that had been successfully transferred, an acknowledgement that the current phase of operations was concluding. I found it on the kitchen counter, weighted down by her coffee cup in the exact position where she always placed it each morning. But this time the cup was empty and cold, as if it had been sitting there for hours. The apartment felt different too, not abandoned, but somehow lighter, as if objects that had carried hidden significance were now just ordinary household items again. She didn't come home that evening or the next. Her absence felt both shocking and inevitable, like the conclusion to a story I'd been reading without realizing it. The clothes in her closet remained undisturbed, but they seemed like props now, costumes left behind after the performance had ended. I called her office, but the number had been disconnected. The receptionist who had taken my message weeks earlier no longer existed, if she ever had. The building directory showed no listing for the company she claimed to work for, though I could have sworn I'd verified it before. The keys I'd found in her desk drawer were gone, along with several other small items I'd grown accustomed to seeing around the apartment. Not valuable things, but objects that had seemed personal, meaningful. A silver pen she always used for important documents. A small leather notebook she kept in her purse. The coffee mug with the chip on the handle that she'd claimed was a gift from a friend. I spent weeks trying to trace some evidence of her existence beyond our shared life, but every light dissolved under scrutiny. The references she'd given when we first moved in together led to numbers that were no longer in service. The stories she'd told about her childhood, her education, her previous relationships, none of them could be verified through any official record I could access. It was as if she'd been constructed specifically for our relationship, complete with a believable history and plausible motivations, then dismantled just as carefully when her purpose had been served. But what that purpose might have been remained as mysterious as everything else about her. The apartment gradually returned to feeling like my own space rather than a shared one, but I found myself reluctant to change anything significant. Her coffee cup remained in its usual position, though I never used it. The chair where she used to read in the evenings stayed angled toward the window, as if she might return to claim it at any moment. I kept the notebook where I'd recorded all my observations, though I stopped adding new entries. The patterns I'd documented seemed pointless now, evidence of a mystery that had resolved itself through disappearance rather than explanation. But sometimes I'd flip through the pages, trying to understand what I'd really been witnessing during those months of growing awareness. Had she known I was watching, had my attention been part of whatever calculation led to her eventual departure? The timing suggested a connection, but I couldn't determine whether I'd been an obstacle to overcome or a resource to be managed until it was no longer needed. The questions became less urgent as weeks turned into months, but they never disappeared entirely. I'd catch myself analyzing interactions with other people, searching for signs of the same careful performance I'd learned to recognize in her. The world felt less solid now, more provisional, as if everyone might be maintaining elaborate facades that could dissolve without warning. But maybe that was closer to the truth than the naive certainty I'd carried before. Maybe we're all performing versions of ourselves, and the only difference was that she'd been more conscious about it, more deliberate in her choices about what to reveal and what to conceal. The heavy drapes still loomed solemnly in the afternoon light, casting the same shadows they always have. The traffic outside continues its distant murmur, indifferent to the small dramas playing out behind these windows. But the sheet of paper on the polished wooden table is no longer blank, no longer centered with that unnatural precision that first caught my attention. Now it holds my own handwriting, my attempt to make sense of what happened here, to document the questions that may never have answers. The words look strange on the page, like evidence of something I'm not sure I want to remember. But the paper flutters slightly in that same peculiar draft, as if the air itself is holding its breath, waiting for whatever revelation comes next. I know now that some secrets are designed to be discovered, that some mysteries exist not to be solved, but to change the person who encounters them. The truth I was searching for may have been less important than the search itself, the way it taught me to pay attention, to question the comfortable assumptions that make ordinary life possible. The apartment is mine alone now, but it will never feel entirely familiar again. And perhaps that's the real gift she left behind, not answers, but the permanent awareness that nothing is quite what it seems, that the people we think we know best might be the ones we understand least of all. Story 9. Hash the paper trail. Each morning, as sure as the sun rises, the newspaper lands on my porch with a soft thud, pages pristine and neatly folded. I've come to rely on that small predictability, a tether to normalcy. But recently the edges of the paper have started to fray, and smudges of ink bleed onto my fingers when I pick it up. At first I thought it was the rain or a careless delivery. Yesterday I noticed a page, folded in a way none of the others were, as though glanced at, then tucked back in. Today another fold, another dark smear, but now the headline is faintly circled. I'm certain it wasn't me. The headline reads, "Local woman still missing after 3 weeks." The circle is drawn in pencil, light but deliberate. My hands shake slightly as I hold the paper closer to my face, studying the graphite marks. The smell of newsprint mingles with something else, something metallic that makes my stomach turn. I carry the paper inside and spread it across my kitchen table. The woman's photograph stares back at me from page 3. She has kind eyes and a warm smile, the sort of face you'd trust immediately. Her name has been redacted in my mind somehow, as if my brain refuses to process it fully. I know I've seen her before, but the memory feels slippery, just out of reach. The coffee maker gurgles to life, filling the silence with its familiar rhythm. I read the article twice, then 3 times. She disappeared after leaving work one evening, her car found abandoned in a parking structure. No signs of struggle, no witnesses, no leads. The police are asking for information from the public. I fold the paper and place it in the drawer with the others. 6 newspapers now, each with their own mysterious marks, their own highlighted passages about missing persons, unsolved cases, unexplained disappearances. When did I start collecting them? The drawer slides shut with a whisper. My reflection catches in the kitchen window, and for a moment I don't recognize the person staring back. Dark circles rim my eyes, and my hair hangs limp around my shoulders. I've been sleeping poorly, waking at odd hours with fragments of dreams I can't quite remember. The phone rings sharp and sudden. I let it go to voicemail as I have for days now. The red light blinks accusingly from across the room. 17 messages I haven't listened to. The thought of hearing another voice feels overwhelming, intrusive. I decide to take a walk. The morning air is crisp, carrying the scent of fallen leaves and something else, something that reminds me of wet concrete and fear. The neighborhood feels different lately, as though everyone is watching from behind their curtains, waiting for something to happen. 2 blocks down, I pass the bus stop where she used to wait, the woman from the newspaper. The memory surfaces suddenly, unbidden. I would see her there on my way to work, always reading a book, always wearing that blue scarf. She would nod politely when our eyes met, a small acknowledgement between strangers sharing the same routine. But when did I last see her? The timeline blurs in my mind like watercolors in rain. Was it 3 weeks ago, as the paper suggests, or longer? The uncertainty gnaws at me, a persistent ache behind my ribs. At the corner market, the clerk watches me with unusual intensity. His eyes follow my movements as I select items I don't really need, milk that will spoil before I drink it, bread that will grow stale in my cupboard. When I hand him the money, his fingers linger on mine for a moment too long. "You okay?" he asks, his voice lower than normal. "You look tired." I nod quickly and gather my purchases, eager to escape his scrutiny. Outside, the air feels thinner, harder to breathe. I hurry home, my footsteps echoing against the empty sidewalk. Back in my kitchen, I spread the newspaper out again. This time I notice something I missed before. In the margin next to the woman's photograph, someone has written a series of numbers in the same light pencil. They could be a phone number or an address or something else entirely. The handwriting is careful, deliberate, but I don't recognize it. I dial the numbers. The phone rings once, twice, then connects to a voicemail box. The greeting is brief, impersonal, just a request to leave a message, but the voice sends chills down my spine. It's familiar in a way that makes my chest tight with anxiety. I hang up without leaving a message. The afternoon passes in a haze of restless energy. I find myself checking the locks on my doors repeatedly, testing the windows, drawing the curtains against the pale sunlight. The house feels smaller somehow, as though the walls are slowly closing in. When evening comes, I finally listen to the voicemails. Most are routine, friends checking in, appointments to reschedule, nothing urgent. But the last message is different. The voice is muffled, distorted, as though the speaker is covering the phone with cloth. "You need to stop looking," the voice says. "Some things are better left alone." The line goes dead, leaving only the dial tone humming in my ear. I play the message again, then again, trying to identify the speaker. Man or woman, young or old, the distortion makes it impossible to tell, but something about the cadence feels familiar. I pour myself a glass of wine with hands that won't stop trembling. The liquid sloshes against the rim, deep red like dried blood. I set it down without drinking and walk to the window. The street is empty, lit by pools of yellow streetlight that seem dimmer than usual. A car passes slowly, its headlights sweeping across my living room wall. It stops at the end of the block, engine idling. I watch from behind the curtain, my heart hammering against my ribs. After what feels like hours, the car moves on, disappearing around the corner. That night I dream of the woman from the newspaper. She's standing at the bus stop, but something is wrong. Her blue scarf is darker now, stained with something I don't want to identify. She turns to look at me and her mouth moves as though she's trying to speak, but no sound emerges. I wake gasping, sheets soaked with sweat. The next morning's newspaper brings a new development. The police have found evidence, a piece of clothing that belonged to the missing woman. The article is brief, lacking details, but someone has underlined every mention of the evidence in that same careful pencil. I call in sick to work. The thought of leaving the house, of facing the world beyond my front door, feels impossible. Instead, I spend the day researching, diving deep into online forums and news archives. The missing woman isn't the first. Over the past year, 3 other women have disappeared from the area, all similar in age and appearance, all last seen in routine circumstances, all still missing. The pattern is there, undeniable, but the police seem to be treating each case separately. Why aren't they connecting the dots? Or perhaps they are, and they're simply not sharing that information with the public. I print out photographs of all 4 women and spread them across my dining room table. The similarities are striking. They could be sisters or at least cousins. Same dark hair, same build, same gentle smile. Looking at them together, a cold realization settles in my stomach. I look like them too. The thought sends me to the bathroom mirror where I study my reflection with new eyes. The resemblance is undeniable. We could all be cut from the same cloth, variations on a theme. Is that why someone has been marking my newspapers? Am I being watched, studied, selected? I call the police. The officer who takes my report sounds bored, distracted. He asks routine questions and gives routine responses. When I mention the marked newspapers, he suggests I contact the delivery service. When I describe the threatening voicemail, he recommends changing my number. Nothing I say seems to register as urgent or unusual. After hanging up, I feel more isolated than before. If the police won't take me seriously, who will? I'm on my own, left to unravel a mystery that grows more complex with each passing hour. I decide to visit the parking structure where the latest victim's car was found. The concrete structure smells of exhaust and damp shadows. I walk the levels slowly, looking for something the police might have missed. On the 3rd floor, I find it, a small piece of blue fabric caught on the rough edge of a concrete pillar, the same shade as the scarf from my dreams. My phone buzzes with a text from an unknown number. Stop digging or join them. The message chills me more than the anonymous voicemail. Someone is definitely watching, definitely aware of my investigation. But instead of deterring me, the threat only strengthens my resolve. These women deserve answers. They deserve justice. I photograph the fabric and the surrounding area, documenting everything with methodical precision. As I work, I become aware of footsteps echoing from the level below. Slow, deliberate steps that seem to pause whenever I stop moving. I'm not alone in this concrete tomb. I make my way quickly to the stairwell, my footsteps loud in the enclosed space. The sound of pursuit follows, always one level behind, matching my pace. I don't look back until I reach my car, and even then, I see only shadows and empty spaces. Driving home, I check my rearview mirror constantly. Every car seems suspicious, every turn potentially threatening. The familiar streets of my neighborhood feel foreign, dangerous. I park in my driveway and sit for several minutes, gathering courage before making the short walk to my front door. Inside, I upload the photographs to my computer and study them carefully. The fabric could be from anything, but combined with the other evidence, it paints a disturbing picture. Someone is taking these women, and that someone knows I'm getting close to the truth. I pour another glass of wine, this time drinking it despite my shaking hands. The alcohol burns away some of the fear, replacing it with a grim determination. I won't be intimidated into silence. I won't abandon these women to their fate. But as the evening wears on, doubt begins to creep in. What if I'm wrong about everything? What if the marked newspapers are just coincidence, the threatening messages just pranks? What if I'm seeing patterns that don't exist, connections that are only in my mind? I pull out the drawer full of newspapers and spread them across the floor. In the lamplight, the pencil marks seem fainter, less deliberate. Could I have made them myself, in some fugue state I don't remember? The thought is almost more terrifying than the alternative. The phone rings again. This time I answer. Hello, my voice sounds small, uncertain. Silence stretches across the line, filled with the faint sound of breathing. Then, just before I hang up, a whisper, "You're next." The line goes dead, leaving me alone with the newspaper scattered around my feet like evidence of my own unraveling mind. In the morning, I tell myself I'll know what to do. In the morning, everything will make sense. But morning brings only more questions, more doubt, and the terrible suspicion that the truth I've been seeking might be closer to home than I ever imagined. The newspapers lie silent on the floor, their secrets hidden in plain sight, waiting for someone brave enough or foolish enough to read between the lines. And somewhere in the distance, I hear the soft thud of another newspaper hitting another porch, beginning another cycle of mystery and fear. Story 10. I had been standing by the window, focusing on the curtains that refused to sway. The room was silent, save for a gentle thrum from the pipes and the faint ticking of a distant, unknown clock. No shadows danced, no drafts stirred the stale air, yet unease lingered like an uninvited guest. My gaze drifted to the outline of a forgotten chair in the corner, its presence oddly unsettling. I couldn't recall it facing that direction earlier. As I waited, the tension in the air thickened, heavy and unyielding. Then, almost imperceptibly, the floorboards murmured a whisper that should not have been. That same sound, the same weight shifting across old wood, it pulls me back, always back to the house where it started, or perhaps where it ended. Memory has a way of folding in on itself, creating creases where truth should lie flat. The detective had small hands. I remember that clearly, though I struggle with her face. She held the photograph between her thumb and forefinger like it might dissolve. The woman in the picture smiled at something beyond the camera's reach. Her hair caught light that no longer existed. When did you last see her? But that's not the right question, is it? The right question is, when did I stop seeing her? When did she become this absence that fills every room? I touch the windowsill now, feeling for the groove I carved there during those long hours of waiting. My fingernail had worked at the wood, scraping away thin curls of paint until the bare surface showed through. The habit annoyed her. She would tap my hand away, tell me to stop destroying things. The chair faces the door now. It faced the window then, or maybe I'm confusing this room with another. The apartment where we lived had a chair like that, positioned so she could watch the street while she worked on her crossword puzzles. 7 letters for betrayal, 8 for disappearance. The file folder sits on the table behind me. I don't need to look to know what it contains. Statements that contradict each other, timelines that bend and break, my own words typed and retyped, each version slightly different from the last. The secretary had tired eyes and kept asking me to speak slower. She left at 8:30. You said 8:15 earlier. Did I? It might have been 8:15. But the truth is I was in the shower when she left. The water was too hot and I stood there letting it burn my shoulders while she moved through the rooms beyond, gathering her things. I heard the front door close, felt the slight tremor it sent through the walls. By the time I turned off the water, silence had settled over everything like dust. The pipes in this building make the same sounds, that gentle thrum like something vital moving through the walls. Sometimes I press my ear against the plaster, trying to decode the rhythm. Water finding its way through narrow spaces, seeking the path of least resistance. Her coffee cup still had lipstick on the rim when I found it in the sink, a crescent moon of pale pink that I stared at for longer than I should have. I washed it 3 times before the mark disappeared completely. The detective asked about that cup, asked why I'd cleaned it so thoroughly. Habit, I told her. I always wash the dishes. But that wasn't true either. She was the one who washed dishes, who kept things tidy. I left coffee rings on furniture and forgot to replace empty milk cartons. She would sigh and clean up after me, her movements quick and efficient, like she was erasing my presence from the space. The floorboards speak again, someone walking overhead, their steps careful and measured. It's past midnight, but sleep has become a foreign concept. I spend these hours reconstructing conversations, trying to remember the exact words we exchanged that final morning. I'll be back before dinner. Or was it I'll call before dinner? The difference seems crucial now, though I can't articulate why. One suggests return, the other merely contact. One implies a shared meal, the other leaves room for absence. The newspaper clipping yellows at the edges. I've handled it too much, worn the paper thin with my fingers. The headline speaks of concern, of searches, of a community coming together. But the photo they chose makes her look like a stranger. Her smile too wide, her eyes focused on something I can't see. I remember the reporter's questions, how she leaned forward when she spoke as if proximity might extract truth more efficiently than distance. Her pen moved constantly, scratching notes that probably made no sense later. I wanted to tell her about the small things, how she hummed while she cooked, how she arranged her books by color rather than subject, how she could fall asleep anywhere but always woke up disoriented. Instead, I gave her facts, times and places, and the last known sighting. Information that could be verified, cross-referenced, filed away in neat categories. The truth felt too fragile for public consumption. The chair creaks, just the wood settling, responding to changes in temperature and humidity. But for a moment, I imagine weight distributed across the seat, a presence watching me piece together these fragments. She always said I overthought things, that I could find mystery in the mundane. Sometimes people just leave, she told me once, though we were talking about someone else then. A mutual friend whose marriage had dissolved without warning. Sometimes there's no deeper meaning. The irony tastes bitter now, or maybe that's just the coffee I made hours ago and forgot to drink. It sits beside the file folder, a film of cooling fat swirling on the surface. she would have thrown it out made fresh. Waste bothered her, especially the careless kind. My phone holds 17 voicemails from that first week. I've listened to them all, cataloged the progression from concern to panic to something harder to name. My voice sounds strange in the recordings, too steady, like I was reading from a script. The detective said shock affects people differently, that there's no right way to respond to sudden loss. But was it sudden? That's what keeps me awake, what draws me back to this window night after night. The signs were there, scattered like breadcrumbs through our conversations, her restlessness, the way she stared at maps, tracing routes with her finger. How she'd grown quiet during dinner, picking at her food while I talked about work, about plans, about a future that assumed her presence. The building settles around me, pipes cooling, wood contracting, the natural rhythm of a structure at rest. But I hear her footsteps in every sound, her voice in the whisper of air through vents. Memory has colonized this space, transformed it into something that exists between what was and what might have been. The detective closed the case after 6 months. Not officially, but I could see it in her posture, hear it in the longer pauses before she returned my calls. The trail had grown cold, she explained, though she never used those exact words. Professional courtesy demanded softer language, euphemisms that cushioned the impact of abandonment. These things sometimes resolve themselves, she said during our last meeting. People surface when they're ready. But what if they're never ready? What if the surface is too far away, the water too deep? What if the disappearance is the resolution, the final answer to a question I never thought to ask? I find myself rearranging objects, moving them to where she might have placed them. The coffee cup at a precise angle to the handle, books stacked with spines aligned, small acts of order that feel like communication, messages sent into the void with no expectation of reply. The photograph from the newspaper lies face down now. I turned it over sometime during these long hours, unable to bear that stranger's smile. But the image has burned itself into my vision, superimposed over every memory of her real face. The person I knew becomes harder to recall with each passing day, replaced by this public version, this missing person who belongs to everyone and no one. The floorboards settle, the pipes whisper their secrets. The curtains hang motionless in air that refuses to stir. And I stand here, guardian of an empty room, keeper of questions that multiply like shadows at dusk. Sometimes I imagine her return, the sound of her key in the lock, her footsteps crossing the threshold, her voice calling my name as if no time has passed. In these fantasies, I never ask where she's been. The question seems irrelevant, almost rude. What matters is the restoration of presence, the filling of this absence that has shaped itself around everything I touch. But fantasy dissolves in daylight, leaves only the evidence of her leaving, the empty hangers in the closet, the gap on the bookshelf where her favorites once stood. The silence that has learned to echo her voice, playing back conversations I'm no longer sure actually happened. The chair faces the window now. I'm certain of that much, though certainty has become a luxury I can rarely afford. It watches the street below, where occasional figures move through pools of streetlight like actors crossing a stage. Each one could be her, returning from whatever journey took her away. Each one dissolves into strangerhood as they pass beneath my view. The detective's business card sits in my wallet, edges soft from handling. I've dialed the number countless times, but rarely let it ring through to completion. What would I say? That I heard footsteps, that the chair moved, that sometimes, in the space between sleep and waking, I feel her presence so strongly that I reach across the bed, expecting warmth. These are not facts. These are the symptoms of a mind that refuses to accept absence, that continues to populate empty spaces with familiar ghosts. The detective deals in evidence, in concrete details that can be measured and verified. She has no use for the weight of missing, the gravity of questions that answer themselves with silence. The coffee has grown completely cold. I drink it anyway, tasting the bitterness that comes with time and neglect. She would have made tea instead, something herbal that promised comfort if not sleep. Her evening rituals were precise, comforting in their predictability. Now I improvise my way through these hours, creating new habits that feel like betrayal. The file folder contains a map marked with red pins, places she was seen or thought to be seen or wished to be seen. The points connect to form no recognizable pattern, no clear trajectory toward understanding. Instead, they suggest randomness, the scatter of a life that refused to follow the lines I thought we'd drawn together. I trace these routes with my finger, trying to inhabit her movement through space and time. What did she see from the bus window on that route heading north? What made her choose that particular cafe, that specific bench in the park where a witness claimed to recognize her profile? Each location holds a moment of her existence, a fragment of decision-making I'll never fully comprehend. The witness statements contradict each other in small ways. Height, hair color, the clothes she wore. Memory is unreliable, the detective explained, especially when people want to help. They reshape what they saw to match what they think they should have seen, creating false precision from genuine uncertainty. But I understand that impulse. I've done the same thing, refined my recollections until they gleam with artificial clarity. The morning she left has been polished by repetition until it shines like fiction. Every word, every gesture, every glance has been assigned significance it probably never possessed. The truth is simpler and more complex than my reconstructions. She was unhappy, not dramatically, not in ways that demanded immediate attention, but with the quiet persistence of water finding cracks in stone. I felt it in the spaces between her words, saw it in the way she held her coffee cup with both hands, as if warming herself against a cold I couldn't perceive. The chair shifts slightly, responding to some microscopic change in the building's structure. Or maybe I imagined the movement, projected motion onto stillness because stillness has become unbearable. In the early days, I would have called the detective about such things. Now I understand that not every sound carries meaning, not every shadow conceals revelation. The clock continues its distant ticking, marking time that has lost its forward momentum. Past and present blur together in this room where nothing changes but everything feels different. I've become an archaeologist of absence, cataloging the artifacts of a life that may have ended or may have simply relocated beyond my ability to follow. Her handwriting appears in unexpected places. Notes tucked between book pages, reminders stuck to the refrigerator door, shopping lists forgotten in coat pockets. Each discovery feels like communication, though the messages are mundane. Buy milk, call dentist, remember anniversary. The ordinary concerns of someone who expected to remain long enough to address them. The anniversary passed without acknowledgement, not the date of her leaving, but the day we met, the arbitrary point where our separate stories converged into something shared. I spent those hours reviewing the file, as if the paperwork might reveal what memory had forgotten. Instead, I found only the familiar contradictions, the same questions dressed in different language. The window reflects my face back at me, a ghost superimposed over the street scene beyond. I look older than I remember, worn by sleepless nights and unanswered questions. She would probably not recognize this version of me, this person shaped by her absence into something harder, more brittle than what she left behind. The pipes sing their water song, a lullaby for the sleepless. I've learned to distinguish between the normal sounds of a building at rest and the anomalies that might suggest something more. Tonight offers only the usual symphony: settling wood, moving water, the distant hum of electricity finding its way through copper veins. The coffee cup leaves a ring on the table. I should clean it, but the mark feels like evidence of something, though I can't say what. Time passing, neglect accumulating. The slow decay that follows in the wake of careful attention. She would have wiped it away immediately, preventing the stain before it could set. These small failures multiply in her absence. Dishes left unwashed, bills paid late, appointments missed. Not from grief exactly, but from the disruption of routine, the collapse of systems that required two people to maintain. I'm learning to live alone again, remembering habits I'd forgotten in the years of shared space. The detective suggested I might want to talk to someone, a professional she meant, though she was too polite to use clinical language. Someone trained to help people process loss, to find ways of moving forward when forward seems impossible. I took the referral card she offered, but never made the call. What would I say? That I dream about empty rooms, that I find myself setting two places at the table, that sometimes I hear her key in the lock and rush to the door, only to find the hallway empty, the sound just the building settling into its bones. These seem like symptoms of something that has no cure, only the slow accommodation of time. The chair watches the street with patient attention. If it could speak, what stories would it tell? What has it witnessed from its position between window and wall, guardian of the space where she used to sit? The morning light would find her there, crossword puzzle folded to the day's challenge, pen moving in careful strokes across the grid. 7 letters for departure, 10 for disappearance, 15 for the space between knowing and understanding, where I've taken up permanent residence. The floorboards settle into silence. The pipes complete their midnight song. The curtains hang motionless in air that holds no promise of movement, and I remain at the window, curator of questions, keeper of the faith that answers exist somewhere beyond the reach of my comprehension. In the morning, I'll make coffee for 2 and pour the second cup down the drain. I'll check my phone for messages that won't come. I'll open the file folder and review the same documents, searching for the detail I might have missed, the connection that could transform mystery into understanding. But tonight I simply stand here, breathing the still air of a room that remembers her presence, listening for footsteps that may never come, watching for movement in curtains that refuse to sway. The weight of her absence has become my companion, familiar and strange, heavy with the gravity of unanswered questions. The chair faces the door now, I'm almost certain of it.